Good morning, everybody. All right, we've got all defendants present, represented by counsel. I understand we are ready with state's witnesses. Anything from the state before we begin?
One of the state's witnesses who was told to be here at 8:30 is not here. We're sending our investigator out to locate him. So hopefully it will not be an issue, and he's just running late, and that's what I'm going to go with right now. I'm not going to assume the worst. So I just wanted the court to be aware, however, that we are now going to go ahead and call Officer Rash as opposed to calling this other witness who is not here. So that's what we're going to do.
So we are ready to proceed with a witness.
With a witness, indeed, yes.
Anything from Travis?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Bryant?
Your Honor, I've been asked to address some comments the other day. The court hasn't asked me to do that.
I've not asked anybody to do that, quite honestly. I think whatever you've been asked to do has not been asked by the court.
Very well. I will let the court know that if my statements yesterday were overly broad, I will follow up with a more specific motion on Monday, putting that and those concerns in the proper context. And my apologies to anyone who might have inadvertently been offended.
All right. Got Sarah Ray's first witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was thinking through things, and I meant to say, let's go get the panel. Yeah. Hold on a second. Just got to bring the panel in.
So rise for jury. Please be seated.
Good morning. Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully everybody had a good night's sleep. We are ready to proceed with the evidence in this case from the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the state will call Officer Robert Rash.
Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Good, have a seat.
All right, please state your name and spell it for the court reporter.
Robert Rash. That's Robert, R-O-B-E-R-T, Rash, R-A-S-H,
All right, and how are you currently employed?
with the Glenn County Police Department in Brunswick, Georgia.
All right. How long have you been with the Glenn County Police Department?
I first started in May of 2011. I left in 2016 for a year and came back in February of 2017.
All right, tell the jury a little bit about your training and experience as a post-certified law enforcement officer.
I attended the Georgia Post Academy in Savannah, the Regional Academy in Savannah. I got my basic peace officer's certificate from there. Since then, I have taken several different classes beyond advanced classes and stuff.
All right. And what are your current job duties and responsibilities with the Glenn County Police Department?
I'm a Master Patrol Officer 3. I patrol the county area, an assigned area of the county. I am primarily assigned to Baker 9. That is the area that I patrol on a daily basis. And I answer calls for service and out there, traffic enforcement, anything that I see while I'm out on normal patrol.
All right, so how long have you been assigned to Baker 9 as a Master Patrol?
I've been riding that area for probably 5 or 6 years. I can swap around. I have occasionally been swapped to another areas, but primarily Baker 9 is where I ride.
Right. Now, you're in a suit today. How are you normally dressed when you are patrolling Baker 9 or other areas?
Normally, at this time, our current uniform is green pants with a black polo shirt, and I have an outer load-bearing vest, black in color. That's my body armor, and it carries some of my equipment.
And when you say some of your equipment, is that body cam?
That is my body camera, that is my taser, my handcuffs, tourniquet, and various items that is carried on that vest to relieve weight off of the belt.
Right. And what kind of car do you drive?
I drive a 2018 Dodge Charger police car.
How is it marked?
It is marked with logos representing the Glenn County Police Department.
Easy to read and identify.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so now, what kind of shifts are you working when you're working Baker 9 as a patrol person?
At this point in time, we work 12-hour shifts, ma'am.
All right, so I'm going to take you back to 2019 into the first part of 2020. What kind of shifts were you working then?
I believe we were also working the 12-hour shifts at that time. We've been switched back and forth between 12s and 10s and back to 12s.
All right, so what are the 12-hour shifts? What are the time frames?
6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and then 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
How many days a week would you work?
At that time in 2019, we were working a schedule where we worked, it's like 2 days on, 2 days off, 3 days on. It rotated around. It was 3-2, 2-3, 2-3, 3 on, something to that effect.
Okay, so there was a schedule.
Yes.
All right, so it wasn't 4 days in a row or 5 days in a row?
No, ma'am.
And were you the 6 a.m. shift or the 6 p.m. shift?
On the 25th,
How about this? Let's go ahead and talk about October 25th. What was your shift that day?
okay, well, our shifts rotate. We work days, and then at 2 months of days, 2 months of nights. On the 25th, I was evening shift that day, or night shift, night shift,
So starting at 6 p.m.
6 p.m.
All right, so are you familiar with the Satilla Shores neighborhood?
Yes, ma'am.
How are you familiar with that neighborhood?
I grew up down the road from that area. All during high school, our bus went through there, picked up students for school. Lived out in that area, not in that particular neighborhood, in that area since 1980. And then as being a patrol officer, riding that Baker 9, which encompasses Satilla Shores, I patrol that area on a daily basis.
And Satilla Shores is in which county?
Glenn County.
All right. And Satilla Shores, that neighborhood, public roadways.
Yes, ma'am.
So tell us about the neighborhood composition. Based on your experience in Satilla Shores in 2019 into the first 2 months of 2020, what kind of population lived in Satilla Shores?
I don't have hard numbers, but I would be willing to bet that it's primarily older, more retired people. You see very few children out playing in the yards and in the street.
Okay. All right, and being that this was your Baker, and did you work it from January 1st, 2019 through February of 2020?
Yes.
All right. Violent crimes out there? Any?
Violent?
Violent crimes?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Property crimes?
A couple.
So I'm going to direct your attention now to 2019. Had you, prior to October 25th of 2019, known Larry English?
No, ma'am.
All right. So how did you encounter Larry English?
A call came in to the 911 center, and I'm not sure if that came in via 911 or the direct number, but a call came in reference to a trespasser on his property, and I was dispatched out there to that call. And after arriving out there, I asked for the number in our system, our computer system. We can access the caller's phone number. I made contact with Mr. English and asked him to send me the video. At that time, the quickest way was him to text me the video, or he, by email. It took a day or two to get it, be able to see it, even if I had a viewer on my work computer there where I could see it. So I contacted Mr. English and asked him to text me the video so I could see who we were looking for.
All right. So you get dispatched. What's the address you get dispatched to on October 25th, 2019?
220 Satilla Shores.
And describe that location.
It's at that point in time, it was a house under construction. No doors, no windows, partial siding on the house that you could see through the house all the way through, looking through the front window out through the back into the river area.
Okay. And when you arrived on October 25th, 2019, did you encounter anyone at the open unsecured construction site?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you meet Larry English there?
No, ma'am.
All right. So how did you contact Larry English?
Via cell phone.
All right. And you gave him your cell phone number?
Yes. Well, he had it when I called him, so he could text me.
And did he in fact text you some video?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
And just describe generally what that video was of.
It was video of his property. If I remember correctly, it was two outdoor cameras, one on the dock, one on the front corner of the house, showing what appeared to be a light-skinned black male walking around on the property, walking around on the dock.
Right. And that night, did you ever see that light-skinned black male again?
Never saw him again. No.
Right. And at that point in time, was there a report of anything actually taken from Mr. English's property?
No, ma'am.
And when you saw that video, the young man that you saw on the video, did he have a backpack or any sort of bag with him at that time?
No, ma'am. He had nothing in his hands.
And did you recognize him?
No, ma'am, I did not.
So I'm going to take you forward now to November 17th, a white couple on Larry English's property. Did you respond to that?
No, ma'am.
All right. Did Larry English call you that night or anything?
I don't recall if he called me that night. He sent me the video from the 17th, but I received that video on a later date, not on the 17th.
Okay. Do you even know if you were working the night of the 17th?
I do not recall.
Okay. So the next night, November 18th, 2019, were you working that evening?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So on that evening, was that another trespassing call to the same location?
Yes, there was another call there.
Okay. So this is about a month later, you get a call. Did you respond to that location?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's once again the open unsecured construction
Yes.
site at 220?
Yes.
What did you find when you got there?
Same house in the same state. Nobody in sight. No, the unidentified black male, same one from the previous October 25th incident, was nowhere to be found.
All right. And at that point in time, did you see the unknown black male have a bag or anything with him?
No, ma'am, nothing with him.
Did you see the video?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see him take anything?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, at this point in time, October 25th and November 18th, you're talking to Larry English over the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
And what is it that Mr. English wanted you to do?
Find out who he was and why he kept coming onto the property.
Okay. And if you, I'm going to rephrase that. I don't want you to speculate as to what you would have done, okay? Because we're not talking about speculation.
I had talked to Larry English about trespassing him from the property, and I explained to Larry English how we trespass someone from the property, but that was never done because we never made contact with him.
Okay, so what did you tell Larry English about how you trespass somebody from a property?
Once we make contact with the person on the property, we explain to them that the homeowner, find out who they are, we identify them. The homeowner does not want them there. He has no legal reason to be there. And the property owner, then we put them on, the way I do it is I put them on speaker. If they're not there in person, I put them on speakerphone. And I would say, Mr. English, I'm here with whoever the person is. So you're saying they have no right to be here and you don't want them here on the property. And he would say that so they could be heard. And we would document it in our computer system. So if that person was ever back on the property, and I explained to that person, if you ever come back on this property for any reason whatsoever, uninvited, you will automatically be arrested for trespassing.
Okay. And you told that to Mr. English that that was
Yes.
your standard procedure?
Yes.
Okay. And not speculation, but was that your intent if you encountered this young black male?
Yes, to find out who he is, identify him, why he was coming up there late at night, and then ultimately it's Mr. English's decision if he wanted him trespassed or not.
Now, after you received the doc video from October 25th, and I think you said you received the November 18th video.
Yes.
Okay. Did you take any action to see about finding out, who this person was?
I would ride around the area. Working night shift, it's hard to canvass. I mean, I patrol the area on a normal basis, but it's hard to go up and find people at night. There are not many people out moving around in the darkness. Once I came back to day shift, I switched from nights to days. As I rode around the neighborhood, patrolled the neighborhood, I would see people out walking. Any interaction I had with anybody in the neighborhood, I would stop and say, "Hey, have you seen this male?" I had a screenshot from that video, and I would ask people, did anybody know who it was? There were a couple residents that I saw. One, I believe it's the address of 210 Satilla Shores, that has a Ring doorbell camera I could see. Went up, did not make contact. There are a couple places that I actually did go up and knock on the door and talk to people, some that I have dealt with in the past and kind of knew. And, but nobody had recognized him.
Okay, so nobody knew who he was?
Nobody knew who he was.
Okay. So, and I want to kind of get a sense, was this how do I put this, a methodical door to door to door to door?
No, ma'am. No,
Okay,
ma'am.
so this was sort of hit and miss?
Random hit and miss, yes.
Alright. So I'm going to go ahead and move forward now to December 1st of 2020. Did Mr. English make contact with you December 1st of 2020 about people under a bridge?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so now was this actually on December 1st or was it December 2nd?
I don't remember the exact date.
Okay.
He called me about the people under the bridge, and I was off duty. The next day when I returned to work is when I went under the bridge and checked, and that's when I texted him back without looking at the transcript of what date that was. I sent him that text. I went and looked for the people under the bridge, and I sent him a text of my findings.
Did you find any white couple in a car under the bridge?
No signs of life. There were some four-wheeler tracks under there. There's nothing typical of a homeless camp or someone living under the bridge. There was no trash, debris, anything left behind that would indicate someone was living under there.
So, I just want to back up a minute. So, did Larry English call you directly first about this rumored couple under the bridge?
Yes, he
Okay.
saw a car, he saw a car parked in the area, and he felt like that car was associated to a car that he saw on his camera the night that the white couple was on his property, and he asked me to go check for him.
But you're off duty this day.
I was off duty.
What'd you tell him?
Told him that I would check on it when I was back on duty.
All right. Did he inform you that he'd already called the non-emergency Glenn County Police Dispatch?
I don't recall that, no ma'am.
Okay. And is that when he sent you the video of the white couple going in with the bag?
I'd have to look at the date on what day that video was sent to me.
Okay. But it was after the second time you'd made contact with Larry English?
Yes.
All right, so moving forward to December 20th of 2019, did you encounter Greg McMichael that day?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, now, had you known Greg McMichael previously as someone who worked at the district attorney's office as an investigator?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so where did you encounter Greg McMichael on December 20th, 2019?
He was in his front yard of his property at 230 Satilla Shores.
Was this daytime or nighttime?
It was daytime.
What happened?
I pulled up to him. I was in my patrol car. I stayed seated in my patrol car. We spoke through the window. He walked over. We spoke, talked to him in reference to the unidentified black male down at 220 Satilla Drive. We talked about him continually to come onto the property, not being able to figure out who he is. I told Mr. McMichael that I had somewhat canvassed the neighborhood, talked to different people. Nobody knew who he was. And at that time, Mr. McMichael asked me to pass on his phone number to Mr. English, and that he lives right down the road if he needed him to call him. And that's when I sent the text to Mr. English that Greg McMichael was a retired police officer and an investigator from the district attorney's office.
All right, so it's daytime, you encounter him outside his house, and you're talking about what's happening at 220.
Yes, ma'am.
Did he have any knowledge of what was going on at 220 prior to this?
Any knowledge as in?
As in, did he tell you, I've spoken with Larry English all about
No,
this?
ma'am. He never told me that.
Okay. But you're telling him, hey, I've had these two encounters
Yes.
at 220. And he asked you to forward his information to Larry English?
Yes.
Okay. Now, not talking about speculation, but I'm talking about what was your intention in making contact with Greg McMichael that day?
When I rode around, I saw him, so that's when I stopped and spoke to him. And are you meaning that what was my intention of forwarding the information, or?
No, well, did you deputize Greg McMichael?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
Did you give him any authority to act as a police officer?
No, ma'am.
All right.
My goal with sending that text was Greg McMichael had, to my knowledge, about 30-plus years of law enforcement experience. Who else to be an expert witness? Call 911. And, I've watched shows, I've seen things where you have 10 people witness a crime, you get 10 different stories on who the person was, what they looked like, what they were wearing. Greg has training and experience. He would be, in my opinion, would be an expert witness to be on the phone with 911. He's running north, south, he's wearing this. He would know the pertinent information that the officers would need to know once they arrived on scene to possibly catch the intruder or the trespasser.
So you wanted him to be a witness,
Yes.
to get this guy identified.
Yes, ma'am.
Was Travis McMichael there at that time?
No, ma'am.
Did you even know Travis
I
McMichael?
had not, no, ma'am.
All All right, moving forward to February 11th, 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you on duty that particular day?
Yes, ma'am.
What shift were you on?
I was on or night shift.
All right. What happened within Satilla Shores that day?
We get the call of I believe it originally come out as a burglary in progress. And so we ran what we call code lights and sirens. We were just getting out of briefing. So I came from the area of our police headquarters, and I was the first officer on scene. And upon my arrival, Travis McMichael and Greg McMichael were on scene, and I stood by, waited for additional officers to get there before I proceeded to check the property for the unidentified male that they called about being on the property.
Okay. So when people call 911, they're reporting what they think is going on.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So have you ever had experiences where people call up and they say they've been robbed,
Yes, ma'am.
and it turns out it's something completely different?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in this case, you got burglary in progress.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What was it when you got there?
It ultimately ended up being a trespassing.
Okay. And when you got there, was the unidentified black male present?
No, ma'am, it was not.
And at this time, both Greg McMichael and Travis McMichael were on scene.
Yes, ma'am.
Were they armed?
I cannot say for sure if they were armed. I know there was, I believe they told dispatch something to dispatch about having guns, but I did not physically see them openly brandishing guns.
Okay. Do you recall them telling you that they'd put their guns up?
It may have it, yes.
And the 911 call came in from Travis McMichael, is that right? If you don't remember, it's okay.
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you eventually make contact with Mr. Larry English while on scene?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I called him on the cell phone.
All right. And did you speak to him about what was going on?
Yes, I did.
All right. And at that point in time, did he send you video of what had happened inside the house?
Yes, I asked him to send me the video to see if it is the same person that has been there numerous times, or the times before.
And while on scene, were you able to review that particular video that Larry English sent you that very night, February 11th, 2020?
Yes, ma'am. He sent it to me while I was on scene.
And who'd you show that to?
I showed it to, I'm almost certain I showed it to both Greg and Travis.
All right. And when you saw it, was the young man, did he have a bag or backpack or anything on him?
No, ma'am.
Did you see him take or steal anything?
No, ma'am.
What did Larry English tell you?
That nothing had been,
Object to hearsay unless it's impeaching Mr. English or somehow admissible under the rules of evidence.
It's a prior statement of a witness who has already testified, and he's been subject to extensive cross-examination, which we saw yesterday, and it's prior statement of a witness.
Prior statement of witness is not an exception to the hearsay rule. It's either a consistent statement after he's been impeached, or it's a prior inconsistent statement under 801.
Well, it's a hearsay, so you're not asking him, I'm not explaining why you're using the statement.
Because it goes toward the defendant's knowledge of what was going on because they told it to this officer in front of the two defendants. I maybe need to ask some better questions and lay some foundation.
Go ahead.
All right, I'll lay some foundation. When you're talking to Mr. Larry English on the phone, do you have him on speakerphone?
I have him on speakerphone, yes.
And who is standing right there with you while you have him on speakerphone?
The McMichaels are standing there in close proximity along with other officers.
All right. And is Larry English talking to you about what he can see on his video?
Yes, he is.
And what did he tell you about things being stolen inside the house?
Nothing had been
Still
taken.
going to object unless she can tie what Larry English told him to one of the McMichaels or somebody else that's relevant.
It rebuts the assertion from opening statements that they had all this knowledge and what they're asserting they knew. And it goes to show exactly what they didn't know.
Look, I don't mind if she can show that McMichael's heard, it's on video, we have the video. But for this witness to testify what he said with Larry English and somehow he knows what they heard, I think would be improper.
Let's sustain.
Okay. So, were you wearing your body cam that evening?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
All right. And have you had the opportunity to review your body cam video prior to coming in to testify today?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
All right. And was it fair and accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything added or deleted?
Not that I'm aware of, no, ma'am.
Okay. And in addition, did you have the opportunity to review the transcript from your body cam video?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it fair and accurate that you saw?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state will tender into evidence State's Exhibit 231, which is the body cam video, and 231A, which is the transcript of the body cam video.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
They're admitted.
And Your Honor, at this time, we are going to publish State's Exhibit 231, and we have copies of the transcripts for the jurors. I didn't know if the court wished to give a similar admonition or remind them.
Are we using the transcript the same way?
Yeah, same way.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as with yesterday, we're going to provide you with transcripts. I gave you the charge yesterday on how those transcripts are to be used. The evidence in the case is the body cam footage itself. The transcript is simply being used to aid you, as we explained yesterday, and we're going to collect these transcripts up at the end. Please do not read ahead. Thank you.
And Your Honor, may I approach? And Officer Ash, there is State's Exhibit 231A. All right, so Officer Rash, take a look at your screen right there. You can see that. Is this your body cam video?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So first off, I'm going to ask you at the top. I don't know if you can explain this to jury or not. How it says 2/12/2020 and the time looks like it's 34 minutes after, midnight.
Yes.
Do you know why that is that time and date as opposed to 2/11, about 7 hours earlier or 5 hours earlier?
No, ma'am, I do not know.
Okay. All right. So when we first see this, do you know who this person is?
Now I know him as Diego Perez, I believe it is.
All right. What's he have in his hand?
A flashlight.
The state will this time publish the exhibit, State's Exhibit 231.
This house has caught this guy on video.
Oh, yeah.
What do you know about that?
Yeah. He's called him several. I'm surprised he hadn't called me tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm up to like this one there. they've been watching. They said unless he's jumped the fence and went over somewhere, they don't know if that he hasn't went on the road. So we just need to check everything. Benton County Police, anybody in here? Clear here. See, I just don't know if he's.
Make sure you check up, Trent. Yeah. Make sure they think he's in here, he's gotta be up here.
No, it's just an attic. They don't have there's a ladder here, but to access that attic, but. Huh? Well, I mean, there's a ladder right here. We can stand up, but they don't have the attic. Right here now. Go in this next room. He may be down on the dock in the boat or something.
We got a police if you're up here.
All right. You already checked the doors on this camper? Yeah. See, he's got cameras out here, and the guys caught him on before out here messing around on the boats and stuff.
Darren PD had one hit the bridge, flip over in the river.
Man,
They got DNR out there trying to see if they can find him.
so they're missing a person, huh?
Well, that's the guy that was running from him. Motorcycle hit the guardrail. Him and the bike flipped over in the river.
Huh. Well, say this guy's got these cameras, and he lives in Douglas or somewhere, and he's always calling me, texting me video of the guy plundering through the house. Well, tonight the neighbor come by and saw the flashlight, somebody in here. So. Oh yeah, man, that's good quality stuff too. He sends me the video of it. see him back there unless he jumped the fence this way or,
Well, Travis just walked down there. He's going in my backyard and going to check back this way.
okay,
He's armed, by the way. So,
okay. I think all our guys are walking.
but he said he had, I think he said he held red shorts and a white shirt.
I wonder if it's the same guy, if he's got the sleeve.
I-
So Travis actually saw him?
Yeah, he said he turned around right here and put the lights on him. He said when the lights hit him, he hauled ass inside the house.
So don't know where.
Yeah.
Just want to let y'all know I can light this up like daylight if y'all want me.
Did you, you have a camera in your window, right?
Yes, I do.
Have you?
But at night, it don't look through the glass.
Uh,
I don't have any vision out here after dark. I need to
Oh,
be
okay.
on the eve, and I'm lazy.
okay.
The rest of them are on the eve, so it's not going to
Well,
look.
get with it,
It's got
man.
cameras.
Get with it, man. Chop, chop.
Okay, but like I
Yeah.
said, I can light this whole place up like daylight.
Yeah, I'm gonna call Mr. English and get him to look back at his cameras and.
Yeah, because he's got.
Y'all seen any vehicles or anything out here?
Nah, this guy, he's always on foot. Nobody in the neighborhood knows who he is. That we can't identify. I've been about every house, door to door, trying to ID him. He's been on their video. They have video over here. We've caught him on.
This guy right there here's got video too.
We've caught him on several video cameras, but we just can't find where he's. And he usually goes this way,
Down that way, yeah.
straight down that road.
I got video from right here. If he goes down that road,
Yeah.
I'll go check.
Okay.
Go
Yeah.
check, see if you find him.
See if you see, because that's usually
Okay.
the way he goes.
Okay.
Let's get around this neighborhood real quick.
Let me call the owner, see if he can access his cameras.
Hey, did you actually have this guy?
Hold on. What's that now?
Did they actually see this guy?
Yeah, the son saw him, put the light, he ripped it around, and the guy ran inside. This is a. No, not that one. That's from the dock out there. This is videos from before they caught him inside. So he's got kind of a twist hair, if it's the same guy, and his sleeve, he's lighter skin, and he's got sleeve tattoos. So that's the areas with no shirt on.
So he ran in the garage?
That's where they
That's
saw
what
him.
Travis said he did, but he came, when Travis got down there, he ran in the house and told me. And I ran out front, he was looking for a flashlight and all that kind of shit. And so I was watching down here the whole time, and I didn't see anybody come across the street.
So he had to go behind the backyard.
Yeah.
That or else when Travis turned around, he could have come across behind him, and he wouldn't have seen him.
He live out here?
Me?
No,
No, this guy?
we don't
We don't
know.
know.
I've tried and tried. I've been door to door. Nobody knows him. Mr. English.
We'll go try to
How you doing, Officer Rash?
Good. How you doing, sir? I guess you see.
Hanging in there. I'm sorry if it's a false alarm. I sent a video. I don't know if y'all was able to get it or not.
Okay, you sent it to me.
I sent it to Diego, but I will send it to you. I didn't know if you was the one that was over there, but I'll send it to you.
No, send it to me. I'm on duty tonight. And, we've there's 5 or 6 of us here, along with the neighbors, and we haven't seen him. We've searched everything. So, thinking, I think Travis here said he went run into the house. So he went out back. He's jumped the fence somewhere, went right or left. But we looked all on the dock and in the camper, under the camper, around the camper. We looked all up in the rafters and everything. An officer even got on the ladder and looked up there to see if he was on top of around the air handler, any of that up there. No signs of him here. They're canvassing the neighborhood right now, trying to find him. So we're actively looking, and your neighbor across the street's going to look at his camera because he says his camera looks at whatever this road is, Jones Road. He's got a camera that looks at Jones Road. He's going to look at it and see if he's seen him where he went that way. But as of now, that's what I was going to see. So, yeah, send me what video you have. Does it look like it's the same guy as always? Yeah. I lost him. I've been talking to nobody. He,
It's a dead
hey,
zone.
hold on. I lost you there. My Bluetooth tried to connect. So does your camera, does it look like the same guy as always? Hello. Hello, sir.
Yes, sir, I got you.
Okay. Does it look like the same guy as always?
Yes, sir, it's the same. Somebody did get a little glimpse of him now.
The guy, Mr. McMichael lives down the road, the retired law enforcement officer and the DA investigator. His son saw him and said, the black male had on red shorts or whatever. I had to go back over there and get exactly what he had on. But he saw him and turned in your yard, put the headlights on him, and he run in the house. He saw him run through the house, so we just don't know who he is. So. All right. Thanks, sir. He's saying it's the same guy. He's got the video. He sent it to another officer. He didn't know who was on duty.
That's the first time I've seen him in here, but we got,
You haven't seen him leave at all?
no.
This is video.
Is this house empty right?
It is. It's being built. Oh, that one? No.
This is the
No,
video
I think it's occupied.
from one of the prior.
Same kid.
Yeah.
That's
Same
him.
guy.
Yep, that's the same guy.
He's got sleeve tattoos.
He was wearing a red shirt, white pants.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see the tattoos. He's
But he's got like twisty hair.
He's short.
Yep.
probably about 3 inches tall.
Yep.
About
Yep.
Short dreads, maybe?
Yep.
Maybe.
Yeah, with dreads or twists, whatever
Right.
they call it.
Yeah.
I was watching the hands.
Yeah. But yeah, that's what it is. It's the same guy. I don't know where the crap he's coming from.
He was coming down this road. I
Yeah.
mean, he was straight up coming down this road. So I don't know if he's coming out of 17 or he's probably going across from that neighborhood. 'Cause we only got 2 black people living in this family.
Well, I've been up there. Down here at the corner of Jones and
Yep.
Zellwood, you have the family there that have the adopted
Right.
and
right.
all
Foster kids.
foster kids.
Yeah.
And I went and talked to them because they got one that kind of matches it, but he's
That ain't him. I know what
Bear.
you're talking about.
He's got something wrong with him.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, he just had a kidney transplant. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, he just kind of shuffles along.
Yeah.
The old black lady right at the corner there.
Yeah, and then
She
when you
has
turn on Zellwood down there, the house has got a dumpster out by the
Yep.
driveway. There's some blacks right in there.
Is that right?
They, matter of fact, I don't come to think of it, I kept forgetting about them. They have some kids that age that hang around that house.
Yeah. Well, I've been there for an actual report of alleged assault or whatever, and it's the kids they have are only females. Now I don't know if it's one of them's boyfriend. They only had daughters there, so it could be unless somebody's moved in with them, whatever. But yeah, nobody seems to know who this kid is, where he's coming from. But like he's always, and all the times on the video that Mr. English has sent me, he sent me one now. It's always been just in there plundering around. He hasn't seen him actually take anything. I said, so
It's criminal trespassing.
yeah, very least. So
Well, I had a
loitering and
pistol
prowling.
stolen. I had it reported. It's stolen on the 1st, right down the road.
Now, we did have, I took a report down the road here, the house on the corner, the guy where the Jeep and all is, he had some stuff stolen, some guns stolen, but we got on video the car, the people that come in and stole them, they were from another neighborhood.
Yeah.
How y'all doing?
What's up, man?
Hey, bud. All right. What's going on?
Damn, same dude breaking in. I just called him, but he got off. Got away.
In the river?
This is tonight.
I'm not sure. This is facing out the road.
Yes.
Yes.
I think it
There
is.
he is. Yeah, dreads on him.
It's white boy, black boy.
Black boy, kind of a lighter skinned black boy. I'll walk back across here in a second. He's got like twist or dreads, 3-4 inches long. He has sleeve tattoos on his arms.
Was he down there at y'all's place, Gary?
No, he's right here. I come driving by, I saw him walk across the yard. And I couldn't do anything. When I pulled around to talk to him, he started reaching in his pocket. first time in my life I didn't have a goddamn gun on me, so I could, but either way, I was gonna back the hell out anyway, But if I would have had it, I would have sat right here and called y'all, But I had to run back up there and grab my phone. So who knows where he went after that point? Somebody's walking across right there, actually. Yep.
Somebody, they're down there behind.
Over there towards the house. I see there's shoes right over there on the right side of the street. That's probably your mom. I'm gonna walk on back down.
Okay.
Good to see you, Randy.
Right there around that van, or that's parked there on the side.
Dang it.
Yeah, we're good. Appreciate it.
Appreciate y'all being here, man. Let's see, catch that son. I've been lucky. You talked to me a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Gosh, the week.
Yeah, the house. Yeah,
Christmas,
your
yeah.
house over there on the right, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you something's been happening on the end far into Jones Road. I come home early yesterday, work on a tree I cut Sunday, and people park down there at the end of the road. And another car will come up. I guarantee you they're making deals down there. My neighbors
Yeah.
across the street said they'll go down there and take pictures. They got pictures of all the.
We busted a house.
Rob Way's place.
We got
Yeah, you
Rob
told
had a
me that
guy.
back in December.
He had a guy living with him. We got him on some outstanding warrants, and he was got a bunch of dope out of there then. But around there, what's the guy Gene that used to own Tackle Shack?
Yeah.
Lives around there. You know where he lives?
No, I don't.
He's got a
gray two-story with a white picket
White
fence.
picket fence.
Chickens and all.
well, boy named Tash Bowie, which is Gene's. I guess that's Gene's.
Son or girlfriend's kid or something.
Yeah,
like
girlfriend. I don't know if that's Gene's wife or girlfriend, but her kid.
At this point, the state and the defense have agreed to pause and stop the recording at 18-14 seconds.
No, this is, you can stop, that's fine, there's no agreement, you can do whatever you want with it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm fine with you stopping it.
Okay, I meant the defense is fine with the state stopping this at 18-14 seconds. All right. At this point, has Greg McMichael left?
He's walked away, yes, ma'am.
All right. And the remainder of this is all, I'll just characterize it as chatting and talking with the neighbors.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So who's Rob Way?
Rob Way was a resident that lived around on Zellwood Drive. I do not recall the numerics. A few weeks earlier, I don't know the exact date or time, I assisted the U.S. Marshals in serving a warrant over there. Mr. Way lived on the water, and he had I guess what you call a roommate, someone who was renting a room from him, and the U.S. Marshals had warrants on that individual. And at the time of them serving that warrant, they located some drugs on the property within the room of the individual that they arrested.
Right. And was Mr. Rob Way and potentially this roommate person or anything a potential suspect in what was going on in Satilla Shores?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Why not?
They did not fit the description.
All right. And you mean the description of?
The black male with the short dreads and the sleeve tattoos.
Gotcha. But I guess I asked a really, really bad question. Rob Way is a white guy, right?
White guy, yes.
Okay, so he's not going to match Larry English's description.
No, ma'am, not at all.
Okay. But I'm asking you, was he a suspect in any of the other theft property crimes that were going on within Satilla Shores?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. All right, so I want to go back and ask you some questions about what we saw on the video. Did you ever interview Diego Perez out here?
No, ma'am.
All right. And at the beginning, when you and another officer were out by the dock, I think they were talking about a missing person and a motorcycle hit a guardrail and a bike flipped over.
Yes, that was Officer Smith, and he come up, and he also works part-time at the Darien Police Department, and he monitors their radio. So he was telling me about something that McIntosh had been in a high-speed chase with a motorcycle. The guy crashed and hit the side of the bridge, and the bike and the guy both flipped over into the river.
Didn't have
No.
anything to do with this?
No, ma'am, nothing related to this.
All right. And I think you used the word plundering around in there. What do you mean by that?
Just looking around. I know growing up, my grandma used to say, quit plundering around in my kitchen, you know, and they're looking for something. Plundering as in pilfering, looking, opening, just being nosy.
All right. And you recall Greg McMichael telling you that Travis was now armed?
Yes.
All right. Now, you indicated, I think, we've caught him on several video cameras, but we just can't find where he usually goes this way, straight down that road. So what did you mean by that?
A couple times, Mr. English said that when he leaves the property, it looks like he runs down Jones Road, which is not directly across the street, but off to the right. If you're standing with your back to Mr. English's house, it'd be off to your right. A little bit. Jones Road runs straight down, and it appears from the camera that's the direction he would run.
Okay. So when he'd leave the property, he would take off running?
Yes, according to Mr. English, yes.
Okay. And I just want to make sure that from what you can understand, Travis McMichael didn't have his cell phone on him at the time he saw Mr. Arbery in the yard. He also did not have a weapon on him.
No, ma'am.
So he left and went down to his house.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's when he got his dad
Yes, ma'am.
and his gun.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then, of course, the two of them came back.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you all are talking about, so he went out the back, he jumped the fence somewhere and went right or left, was that actually you saw him do that, or was that?
I was going to ask for a page number if you're reading.
Oh, I'm sorry, page 9,
Okay.
lines 2, 3, and 4. Oh, at this time, sorry, let's go ahead and collect the transcripts. Thank you.
I'm okay with you keeping it. If you want them to keep it.
All right. So when you were out there saying, so he went out back, he jumped the fence somewhere, went right or left, did you actually see?
No, ma'am.
Was that speculation?
No, ma'am. Travis said that he did not see him come back out, that he ran through the house. So if he didn't come out the front, he had to go out the back, so.
Gotcha. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and show you what's been marked and already admitted as State's Exhibit 117. What date do we have here?
February the 11th, 2020.
All right. I'm going to back it up. I want you to take a look at this. What do we got over here?
This open walls, and that's the, I believe that, I can't remember if that's a window there or open garage door there.
Okay. So, looking out here, I'm going to ask you,
See headlights from
that's what I'm getting at. What do we have here?
headlights from a vehicle.
All right. And they're turning which way?
Appear to be coming off of Jones Road and turning left.
Okay. And would that be towards the McMichael house?
Yes, ma'am.
And then what do we have here?
The male now identified as Mr. Arbery walking in.
Is he running through the house?
No, ma'am.
only video that Larry English sent you that night?
I do believe so, ma'am.
All right. So Larry English never sent you any video showing how Mr. Arbery actually left the location?
I do not recall any additional video.
So while you were standing and talking about Mr. English, Mr. Greg McMichael and Travis McMichael were both standing there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you indicated that Mr. English has sent me, he's sending me one now. It's always been just in there plundering around. He hasn't seen him actually take anything.
What page are you on, ma'am?
We're on page 14. And we're looking at lines 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. He hasn't actually seen him take anything. You say this to Greg and Travis McMichael.
Yes, ma'am.
And what does Greg McMichael say?
His response was, it's criminal trespassing.
And what do you say?
Yeah, at very least. Or so, I don't know what those little dots there mean, or dashes. Loitering, I also mentioned possibly loitering and prowling.
Now, with regard to December 7th of 2020, okay? I'm gonna have you keep looking at that page. Did you respond to an entering auto at Renee and Bubba Herndon's house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so the next thing, when you talk about the house on the corner, the guy with the Jeep, all that, is that location?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you respond December 7th to an entering auto?
Was it December 7th or 8th? I think, did I respond on the 8th and it happened on the 7th?
We'll go,
In that time frame.
in that time frame?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's go ahead and say it happened on the 7th, the guy you're calling the 8th, did
Yes.
you respond?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you talk to both the Herndons?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did they have some video from the front of their house?
Yes, ma'am, they did.
And did you watch that video?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the person who went into their Jeep and stole their guns? White, black, Hispanic, or Asian?
Appeared to be, based on the video they provided, it was grainy, it appeared to be a white male.
And was that image of a white male then posted to Facebook?
I believe Miss Herndon, or Mr. or Mrs. Herndon, one, posted it to Facebook.
Okay. And after that, December 8th, entering auto, did you respond to the next entering auto on January 1st, 2020 at Travis McMichael's house?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So, do you have any idea when Larry English says he's been captured on video at other places, whether they're talking about Renee Herndon's posting on Facebook or something else?
I'm going to object on speculation unless you can lay a better foundation. How does this officer know what Renee Herndon's talking about or anybody else is talking about unless there's a foundation for it?
Just rephrase it. Yeah. Do you have any idea?
Did Larry English tell you that he had seen Renee Herndon's posting on Facebook?
I don't recall him saying he's seen that specific posting, though. No, ma'am.
All right. And I believe in your police report that's related to February 11th, 2020, I think you indicated that Mr. English had posted these videos to social media.
Talking, as I canvassed the neighborhood, talking to people, people would say, I've seen video, I've seen stuff on Facebook about it. My understanding was that the videos were posted, but obviously I don't know that I'm guessing learned now that they were not, so they must have seen the video.
Well, I object.
Okay.
This is all a lot of speculation.
He can testify to what he understands was posted, but not what he thinks may have happened.
And what he learned now or from talking to Dick.
Understand.
Okay, so At the time you wrote your report on February 11th, 2020, did you believe, because you put it in your report,
Yes.
that these videos, what we just saw, had been posted on Facebook?
My belief were that at that time, yes, that they had been posted.
And you were a member of that Facebook group, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you check to see if they were posted, to see if people were posting comments and had knowledge?
No, ma'am.
Okay,
I'm a member of that group, but I do not follow that group on a daily basis.
gotcha. All right. And so you don't have any idea what it was that anybody had seen on Facebook?
No, ma'am, I do not.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 327. However, I'm only going to show you pages 327A and 327B. Okay? So take a look at 327A and 327B. See if you're able to recognize those images.
Those are the images from Renee Herndon, and those are, I see the top, that's from Facebook.
All right. This time, the state would tender into evidence states 327A and B.
No objection. It's okay.
No objection.
May I look at it?
No objection.
Mr. Scott?
No objection.
They're admitted.
State's Exhibit 320, oh, that's out of focus, 327A. Is this a still shot from the video you saw when you responded to the Herndons on December 8th, 2020?
It is.
And is this also another still shot from that video showing the car that was involved?
Yes, ma'am.
So I just want to be clear. When you put in your report on February 11th, 2020, that Larry English had, you believe Larry English had posted to social media, did you ever verify that he'd actually done that?
No, ma'am, I did not.
All right. Do you even have access to Nextdoor?
No, ma'am, I do not.
And directing your attention to February 23rd, 2020, were you at work that day?
No, ma'am, I was not on duty.
All right. Did you have anything to do with the investigation into the death of Ahmaud Arbery?
No, ma'am, I did not.
And one last thing. Have you been named personally in a civil lawsuit in relationship to this case?
I have.
All right. Has that in any way impacted your testimony today?
No, ma'am, it has not.
And directing your attention to May 19th, 2020, did you actually speak with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation that day in relationship to this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was prior to any lawsuit being filed?
Yes, ma'am.
At At this time, Your Honor, I will go ahead and pass the witness.
Maybe a good time so I can get set up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a 15-minute recess. We'll continue with the evidence in this case at 10:30. Again, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves during the break.
All right, for adjournment.
Officer Ash, you can go ahead and take a step down. If I could have you here or back here just before 10:30, and I remind you during the break you're under oath. Do not discuss your testimony with anybody. Thank you. All right, we're in recess until 10:30. Thank you. All right, we are back on. All defendants present, represented by counsel.
I was just having the deputy go get Officer Rash.
Okay. And Mr. Rubin, you ready to go?
Yes, sir.
Officer Ash, if you could just come forward. All right, we've got the witness back. Officer Ash, I remind you, you're under oath. All right, let's go get the jury.
All rise for the jury. Please be seated.
Juror number 5.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Excuse me. We are ready to proceed with the evidence in the case. Mr. Rubin.
Good morning, Officer Rash. Officer Rash, I want to go back through your direct examination and some of the things you've described for the jury. You talked about initially kind of Satilla Shores as a neighborhood.
Yes, sir.
Would you agree with me that Satilla Shores is a nice middle-class scenic neighborhood on the Little Satilla River?
Yes.
And you described the folks who live there as primarily elderly, right?
Yes, sir.
There are some people who have kids.
Yes, sir.
They play outside.
Yes, sir.
The adults walk the streets, work in their yard, and enjoy the river.
Yes, sir.
You've been patrolling that neighborhood for how long?
7, 8 years, maybe.
Okay. And you've gotten to know quite a few of the residents through your work, for instance, canvassing the neighborhood.
Yes.
You may not know them all by name, but you recognize faces,
Yes.
right? And you've also gotten a chance, because you're a member of the neighborhood Facebook page, to review some of the posts some of the times on the page.
Yes.
And this Facebook page is actually a pretty good tool for you, isn't it?
It can be, yes.
Because people on Facebook will post about crime in the neighborhood.
Yes.
They'll post about their fears about crime in the neighborhood.
Yes.
They'll post about their suspicions about crimes in the neighborhood.
Yes.
And how often would you say you review the Facebook page in Satilla Shores?
Only when I knew that there was something going on. If I knew there was an incident today, then I would go today or tomorrow, start looking to see what people would post.
Okay. So we're talking about today, this time period between October 25th, 2019 and February 23rd, 2020. During that time period, approximate for the jury, how many times you looked at the Facebook page to see if this black male was seen, the one seen at Larry English's house, was seen by other neighbors or talked about by neighbors in the neighborhood?
I don't believe I could put a number on that.
More than 5?
More than 5, yes.
Okay. And in reviewing the Facebook page, did you learn about other crimes not committed by or suspected by the black male in the Larry English house, but by other people who were missing lawnmowers and suspecting other intruders and things like that?
No, I did not.
Okay. Are you saying there were no other posts, or you just don't recall them?
I don't recall any other.
Okay. You're not saying there weren't posts by people like Brandon Gregory's father-in-law? You're not saying, I'm just asking if you're saying that.
Well, hearsay and the Facebook posts are, there's nobody here to testify to those Facebook posts and putting it out there that, well, have you seen this and that? At this point, the Facebook posts are hearsay as to what anyone said or did.
Well, I think we just have a name of a person that may have posted, so.
I'll rephrase. Are you aware of posts by other people in Satilla Shores about crimes or suspected crimes in the neighborhood?
I don't recall any specific, no, I do not.
Okay. In Satilla Shores lives one of your peers, Sergeant Brandon Gregory.
Yes,
You know Sergeant Gregory.
I know Sergeant Gregory. or
Do you know
Lieutenant
Sergeant Gregory's father-in-law?
I do not know his father-in-law.
Okay. In canvassing the neighborhood, did you ever speak to Sergeant Gregory?
Sergeant Gregory, yes, I have.
Okay. And he gave you some information about his suspicions about the black male who was entering Larry English's house, correct?
Yes, he did.
Okay. In fact, we didn't see it, I don't think, on the video of February 11th, but he shows up on scene February 11th, doesn't he?
He does, yes.
And he provides you with information about a black male that he suspects is committing crimes in the neighborhood.
Yes,
Okay. Did you follow up on that in any way?
I did.
And turned out,
The elderly couple at the house where he saw them was an elderly black male and female that lived there, and neither one of them, I spoke to the male. The female was in the residence, but she was out of sight. They claimed they did not have any kids, any grandkids, and the male who answered the door did not recognize the male on the picture.
the picture that you were showing.
I was showing.
And that picture, to be clear, was a still of the October 25th video.
Yes, it was.
And that's the one that you used throughout.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, let's go back then to then what you knew about crime in the neighborhood during this time period. You were aware that Travis McMichael was a victim of a theft, correct?
Yes.
You were aware that Ronnie Olson was a victim of a theft.
Ronnie Olson?
Man who lived across the street, we see him saying, "I can light this
Yeah, I
place
know
up."
who Ronnie Olson is, but I don't recall any crime at his place.
Okay. Were you aware that Diego Perez was a victim of theft?
I was not aware of Diego Perez either.
Okay. So the only one you're aware of then is, just in that little part of the neighborhood, is Travis McMichael and Larry English.
That, and I would say the Herndon residence, is that general area of the neighborhood.
And that's down Jones Road.
On Jones Road itself?
Do the Herndons live on
No,
Jones?
not on Jones. They live on Satilla Drive, the same as the corner of Satilla and Zellwood, the same as where Mr. English's property is.
Further up towards Highway 17.
Yes, sir.
Towards the entrance. Okay. So let's go back then to the beginning, which is October 25th, 2019.
Yes, sir.
There's a call from Larry English to Glenn County Police, and you get dispatched.
Yes.
And you get dispatched with other police officers as well, correct?
Yes.
An officer, and I may pronounce it wrong, Burgadius, and an Officer Dixon.
Officer Dixon, yes.
Okay. And if you don't recall, I can show you these to refresh your memory. You go out there. The property that you're going to, is this your first time on the property?
First time, yes.
It's 10 o'clock at night.
Yes.
It's dark.
Yes.
You go onto this construction site, but it's a house.
Yes.
Under construction. And tell the jury what you did when you arrived on scene.
Without going back through my camera, I arrived on scene and walked through, checked the property for the individual that was called upon.
Okay. And you knew from the video Just this is the clip, and I'm looking at State's Exhibit 121.
Yes.
You knew from looking at this clip.
I'm sorry.
You can answer that. You knew from looking at this clip that well, this is the clip Larry English sent you.
Yes.
And what you knew about the incident he's complaining about is there's a black male on his dock at 10 o'clock at night.
Yes.
A guy who has no authority to be there
Yes.
and no legitimate reason that you know of to be there.
Exactly.
And so it's described by Mr. English as plundering around his house. And that's a word you've used in your direct examination. You reviewed the video. Did you review it when you got on scene or before you got on scene?
Afterwards.
Afterwards.
I had him send it to me afterwards.
Okay. When you get on scene, the house is dark. Now, you described the black male as a light-skinned black male, but you understand that the color of his skin depends on the camera that's taking the picture.
Okay, I'm not all into the technology of the infrared. Based on what I see there, that looks like a light-skinned black male.
Okay.
What his natural skin looks like in daylight hours, I have no knowledge of that.
Okay.
Until video at a later time,
On February 23rd.
February 23rd.
And you've looked at that video?
Yes.
Okay. So the male's there on screen, I mean in your video clip, but you get up there on scene without the clip and you go to the dock.
Yes.
You have your flashlight?
Yes.
You have your revolver?
Yes.
Is it out?
I don't believe it's out at that time.
Okay.
I don't
Because
recall.
no one's described anybody being armed at that point.
No, sir.
Okay. Go through the house?
Yes, we do.
Flashlight?
Yes, sir.
Because without that flashlight, it is pitch black in the house.
Yes.
Okay. You look around, you don't see anything of note, right?
No, sir.
You don't see anybody of note.
No, sir.
Okay. And you leave. And you file your police report, right?
Yes, sir.
But then you get the video clip, right?
Yes, sir. Well, I
And
get it before I leave the property that night.
Okay, so you had it before you leave.
Yeah.
So just in case, as you're driving around the neighborhood, you see someone who fits that description.
Yes.
Okay. You understood also on October 25th that when he left Larry English's house, this unidentified black male, he went across the street to Sue B. Lawrence's house.
Yes.
And
Objection. We have an issue we need to take up outside the presence of the jury.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could go ahead and retire to the jury room.
It's all right for jury.
Almost lost somebody. All right.
I don't necessarily know that he needs to step down for this.
Okay.
All right.
You just-
Your Honor, Ms. Sue B. Lawrence was not at home on October 25th, and she then tells Diego Perez something, and then Diego Perez tells this officer something. I asked Mr. Rubin, are you going to go into this? Because it's hearsay within hearsay within hearsay, because Diego Perez is telling him something that Sue B. Lawrence said. And he said, no, I'm not going to go into that. And then you knew that he went towards Sue B. Lawrence's house. So the only way this officer would know that is if Diego Perez had told him that, and if Sue B. Lawrence had told Diego Perez. So now we were into triple hearsay here. And, I mean...
Well, let's clarify.
so I didn't ask for any hearsay in that question. And the way and this is why I was asking, the way he knows he went towards Sue B. Lawrence's house is because Larry English made a second 911 call that's in evidence on October 25th saying he's going across the street to the whitish yellow house, and he went there. It's not hearsay. It's exactly what he did.
Okay, so I asked the question. So the question I thought was, and he ran to Sue B. Lawrence in the direction of Sue B. Lawrence's house.
Correct, and that's in the 911 call. He doesn't mention Sue B. Lawrence by name, but he describes the house, and in fact, Officer Rash went there.
Where did you learn that information?
I could not recall if it was actually from dispatch or while I was on scene with because Diego Perez was out walking around that night. And until I did not know exactly, did it come from dispatch or Sue B. Lawrence, or from Diego Perez?
Could be one or the other. Let's just clarify that and we can move on from there then.
And I'm not asking what Diego said or anything like that.
Okay. That's fine. Now that it could be one or the other.
And that was my concern. It's like, we're going down this path where we're into triple hearsay, and I just
Well,
want to cut it off before we get
Sounds
there.
like, yeah, I'm not going to address anything then before the panel. I understand what the witnesses testified to, and there's the possibility of two different reasons for him having that knowledge. You're welcome to follow up on directly. All right, let's go get the panel. Technically, the dispatch could possibly be hearsay too, but I'll let the state follow up on that. But that is an evidence. Yes. Call is.
But he's not listening to the 911 call. He's not the dispatcher.
Yeah.
He gets it from somebody else.
We're resolved. We're moving forward. Mr. Rubin, maybe you could just clear the whole thing up by asking him that question, where he learned that.
Okay.
How he knows that.
Okay.
My fear is that the answer is, well, I don't know if I heard it from this guy or heard it from here. It's like, now he doesn't know which hearsay source.
I can just ask him what he did.
Strike that. Let's not worry about it. Let's move on to whatever your next question is. Whatever he did
Yeah.
becomes relevant.
That's what I was trying to get at.
All right, for jury, please. Please see it.
Welcome back. All right. We've resolved the matters we need to resolve. We're ready to get back into the evidence. Mr. Rubin.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Officer Rash, after checking out Larry English's house, did you end up going over to Sue B. Lawrence's house?
I did.
And what did you do at Sue B. Lawrence's house? Tell the jury.
I went over and knocked on the door. I noticed that she had a blink, a black square camera on her front porch, shining down towards the walkway leading up to the door.
Did you look around the house or just go to the front door?
I looked around. The rear of the property is fenced in, so I looked around the front yard and would be the left side, which faces Jones Road.
Okay. Didn't see the black male.
No.
By that point, did you already have this video clip? Do you know?
Would have to look at the time that was actually sent to my phone
Okay.
versus the time that I was over there.
When you went to Sue B. Lawrence's house, were you aware that Larry English had called back to the Gwinnett County Police Department describing where this man, in his perception, was going to?
Yes.
Okay. And so then you went to Sue B. Lawrence's house?
Yes.
Okay. While you were out at Sue B. Lawrence's house, did you see a man named Diego Perez?
Yes, I did.
And without telling us anything Diego Perez said, what was he doing out there?
Checking her property.
Okay. Do you know if he was armed?
I do not.
Okay. Did you ask him?
No, I did not.
Did he get in your way in any way?
No, he did not.
Okay. So he was looking around the property at about the same time you were looking around
Yes.
the property. Was he still in his boxer shorts?
I do not recall him being in boxer shorts.
Okay. Fully dressed,
I'm assuming, yes, dressed. Yes.
as far as you know?
As far as I know, he was dressed.
Okay. if I understand correctly, you received the next call to go out to Larry English's house on November 18th. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay. And that would have been your second time out there,
Yes.
right? Did you, at the time you went out there on November 18th, have Larry English send you the video clips again?
Yes.
Okay. So when you went out there on the 18th, you knew you're looking for the same black male who's come back on his property.
Yes.
And this time, if you can play November 18th, and this is State's Exhibit 123. You saw this video clip.
Yes.
Okay. Now you see in the video clip. Let me just pause it for a second. You saw in the video clip the boat on the left-hand side of the video, right?
Yes.
That's not the boat where Larry English's electronics were stolen from.
No, sir.
That's a smaller, just boat for tooling around the river.
Yes, sir.
Not his offshore boat.
Yes, sir.
But you understood by the 18th, and correct me if I'm wrong, that he had a theft from his boat that was parked at the property.
I was aware of a theft from the boat, but I do not know the date and time that he called me
And told you.
and told me about that.
Okay. So it's possible that you went there on the 18th and still didn't know about items missing from Larry English's house.
Yes.
Okay. You went there on the 18th, and this time you're still with other officers.
Yes.
It's dark.
Yes.
You go into the scene. You have your flashlight.
Yes, sir.
You have your gun.
Yes, sir.
Is it drawn?
While we're checking, I don't recall.
Okay. Because at this point, you still have no information that this man is possibly armed.
No, sir.
Okay. No reason to worry about a threat at that point.
No, sir.
Okay. But it's now struck you that twice the same black male has entered Larry English's house
Yes.
and didn't catch him.
Nope.
He's gone.
Go.
By the time you get there, he's gone now twice.
Yes, sir.
How long does it take you, and believe me, I'm not criticizing you at all. You get the call, you go. How long does it take you to get there on these occasions, do you know?
That could vary very well. I mean, am I on another call? Do I have to finish up there? It could be, if I'm just out riding from the central location of my area, 4 to 8 minutes.
Okay. So within 4 to 8 minutes, 'cause if at best 4 minutes, worst 8 minutes, the guy is gone.
Yes.
Okay. On the 18th, when you check out the property, and I assumed you checked out the dock area,
Yes.
there's a camper on the property, just like we saw on the 11th. You checked out the camper area.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got valuables stored at this property, right?
Yes.
It's got construction valuables,
Yes.
saws and other tools, right?
Yes.
It's got boats that are valuable,
Yes.
equipment within the boats that are valuable.
Yes.
He's got a camper that contains his belongings.
Yes.
It's his property, right?
Yes, sir.
Even though it's an open construction site, it's his property.
Yes, sir.
And he has a right to keep people on or off as he sees fit.
He does.
Okay. You're now there twice. You miss him twice.
Yes.
Do you know how he gets away on the 18th?
Other than walking away, that's it.
Okay. Do you do any other steps that night? Take any other steps to find the black male?
Just canvass the neighborhood.
Okay. When you say canvas, and this is on the 18th, are you just patrolling the neighborhood, or are you actually knocking on doors?
No, driving around, shining the spotlights.
Okay. Doing what you can to find this elusive black male.
Yes.
You get a call from Larry English on the 1st of December, but you're off duty.
Yes.
But he describes for you a suspect.
Yes.
Someone he thinks may be involved in the theft of the stuff from his boat.
Yes.
So is it fair to say to the jury that by December 1st, you know Larry English has been burglarized?
Yeah.
Objection to that characterization, because that's not at all what Larry English said or testified to.
Well, I'm asking this officer's perceptions at that time.
Relevancy as to this officer's perceptions at that time of what Larry English said. Larry English testified yesterday.
Whoa, whoa.
So go to speaking objections. Okay, yeah. Larry English has testified. His testimony is in the record. You're asking this witness what his recollection is and what it's based upon, as I understand it.
Correct.
Okay. With that, it's overruled.
Okay. By December 1st, 2019, you understood that Larry English was missing his Yeti cooler, right?
I knew he was missing a cooler. I didn't know it was a Yeti, but yes, a
Okay.
cooler.
We just gave a plug to Yeti. You wanted to do that. An EPIRB satellite system.
Yes,
And another piece of electronic, I think a microphone system.
yes,
Okay. And you understood that the items were taken from the offshore boat that had been parked at Larry English's house.
yes,
Right in the same area where this boat is now parked in State's Exhibit 123,
yes,
right? That RV garage.
yes, sir.
Okay. Of course, you're off duty. Last thing you need is to get these calls. So you say, call somebody else or I'll be there. I can check it out tomorrow.
Now, are you referring to the item stolen or the,
Well, on December 1st, he's calling you because he's got suspect now of who might have done it in his mind.
yes, I told him I was off duty and and he called in reference to the people under the bridge.
Right.
And I told him I would check it out when I was back on duty.
And you were nice enough on the 2nd of December to go down to the Fancy Bluffs Bridge and look under the bridge to see if there was any truth to this notion that the person who was stealing the items and entering his house was down there under the bridge.
Yes,
You didn't see any evidence of it.
did not.
And that was the end of that.
Into that.
Okay. Help us understand when you not just patrolled the neighborhood, but actually went around the neighborhood talking to everyone, is I think is the word you said on February 11th. When did you talk to people?
Not every single one, but anybody that I encountered out riding their golf cart, walking, I would stop. Hey, I'm Officer Rash. I would introduce myself and ask them. I would show them a still from that video. Have you seen this guy in around the neighborhood? Do you know where they live? We would patrol. Every day I'm on shift, I ride that neighborhood. Try to ride it once or sometimes twice per shift.
Okay, so it's not just one day you said, I'm gonna go knock on doors. It's throughout this whole time period.
Yes,
And you're patrolling the neighborhood, you're going down Satilla, Burford, Zellwood, Holmes, Jones, all the streets you patrol in that subdivision. And when you see someone in the yard, you stop.
yes,
When you see a house has a Ring doorbell or some other camera system, you stop and inquire.
yes,
Because you're trying to find the guy who has entered Larry English's house now twice and twice gotten away.
yes.
You're asking people, but to your frustration, no one knows this guy.
No, sir.
No one can tell you where he lives. No one even told you they saw him jogging in the neighborhood,
No, sir.
right? Not a single person has seen him jogging that you talked to.
Now, I did not specifically ask, have you seen this guy jogging? But no one had seen him in the neighborhood, period.
Tell us about how many people over the course of those months that you talked to about this, how many people did you talk to?
A dozen, 12 to 10 to 20 people.
Okay. You're showing people the stills, not from the November 18th, but the stills from October 25th video, or both?
I believe from the 25th, stills
Okay.
from the
The
25th.
guy on the dock?
Yes,
Okay. And you're letting them know that this is the guy seen up at 220 Satilla Drive?
yes,
Some people might know Larry English, but I assume most did not know who he was.
I have no idea on that.
Okay. Did you ask people to review their surveillance videos to see if he might have been captured on certain dates on those videos?
I never encountered anybody that had video so yeah, no, I didn't ask anybody to review.
Okay. The next time you go out there is February 11th.
Yes, sir.
And February 11th is now your third time responding to Larry English's house.
I believe so, yes.
You're aware, though, that that other officers have been to Larry English's house, right?
Yes.
Are you talking to these other officers?
I have interacted a couple times, just passing on, like at the end of our shift, the end of the beginning of next shift, let them know, hey, be on the lookout, you know, pass along to the next officer. I believe I called, I believe it was Seth, Officer Powers, on the phone and passed on some information, because our briefings is we don't always see each other face to face. I would just call, hey, are you working Baker 9 tonight, or are you working Baker 9 today? Be on the lookout.
And Officer Powers is one of those officers who did respond to Larry English's house on the 17th of November.
I believe so, yes.
Right? When the white couple came to his house, you didn't respond to that call.
No, sir.
Is it your understanding that Officer Powers responded?
I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to look at the CAD log to see
Okay.
who was on duty that day.
All right, but if you don't have any knowledge, that's fine. February 11th, this time it's not Larry English's call. It's Travis McMichael's call.
Yes.
Were you aware when you got there, or on your way there, that the man who is now seen on the 11th of February is possibly armed?
At one point, Travis says that he appeared to reach for his pocket or his waistband. I do not recall if that was relayed to me via dispatch while I was en route or once I arrived on scene.
Okay. So we saw a video, and this time you're not just going in with your flashlight. This time you got guns drawn. So does that help refresh your memory, if it does, of when you heard that the man in the house is possibly armed?
Yeah, I would say yes.
And what does your memory now tell you is when you learned that he was possibly armed?
We went in with our guns drawn based on that. The dispatch told us that he was possibly armed. That's why we would have went in there with our guns drawn while we searched the residence.
So this is a different situation. You're now going to a house and you might encounter a man who has a gun.
Yes.
Heart pumping,
Yes.
adrenaline flowing,
Yes.
okay? Now you gotta be really on your toes.
Yes.
And we saw another officer with you, I think his name is Trenton, but
Trenton Sherman.
Officer Sherman.
Mhm.
He's there with you.
Yes.
At some point, did you hear Officer Trenton say, and I'm just using the quote, if I misquote it, tell me, where you at, motherfucker?
I don't recall hearing that.
Okay. At this point, though, you're on heightened alert.
Yes.
You have, when you get on scene, you have neighbors out there. You have Travis McMichael out there,
Yes.
who you hadn't met up till that point.
Yeah.
You have Greg McMichael out there.
Mhm.
And again, you have Diego Perez out there.
Yes.
You recognize Diego as the guy you saw on the 18th of November?
Yes.
You got Officer Sherman with you, or does he come later?
Officer Sherman arrived after. That's why I stood by the car out front waiting on him.
Okay.
He and Officer Chandler Smith, they arrived about the same time.
Okay, and they're your partners, they're your backup essentially.
Closest
in
backup,
this. You're taking the lead on this?
Yes.
Okay. And when you get there, essentially Travis McMichael, Diego Perez, and Greg McMichael are keeping an eye on the house.
Yes.
Okay? Making sure that if this guy goes anywhere, this intruder, that they keep eyes on him.
Objection. Overuse of the word intruder. And Judge, we would object to that use of that word.
Burglar?
So, ladies and gentlemen, as I've already instructed you, the questions asked by lawyers and statements made by lawyers are not evidence in this case. Mr. Rubin chooses to use that word to describe the individual. Again, the testimony that comes from the stand is the evidence in this case, and what you may see as exhibits. Mr. Rubin.
Thank you. When you get there, 3 neighbors have basically blanketed the front and back of the house to keep an eye out for this guy. Right?
Upon my arrival, they were all in the front yard.
On the front, okay.
Yes.
At what point do they start going in the back?
I don't recall them going in the back while we were clearing the residence.
Well, you're told Travis is in the back at some point, aren't you?
That's after we walked back to the front, after we cleared the residence, I believe.
Okay. All right. If you'll go start the video. This is, I'm sorry. No, 2. States Exhibit 231. Let's walk through this video a little bit. Yes, actually, if you don't mind, Mr. Jackson. Do you mind, Your Honor, if we pass those out?
You're going to refer to a specific portion of the transcript just at this time?
We're going to walk through the exhibit again.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, if we could, you're going to get copies of the transcript. Don't start reading back over. Mr. Rubin's going to be referring to portions of the transcript, and those transcripts are being given back to you to help you refer to that page and line that's being addressed. So if you could please use those in that way. Thank you.
And I'll try not to ask about what's being said versus what's being seen, so we don't have them reading while they should be watching.
If we could.
All right, stop right there. And this is, you testified earlier that the man seen on the screen at this point is Diego Perez.
Yes.
He's got a flashlight,
Yes, sir.
and he's heading towards, down the side of the house. Is that correct?
Yes, to the side, yes.
Okay. Now, the side of the house, that white vehicle, or that white item, that's Mr. English's camper.
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's stop there. At that point, Officer Rash, had you authorized Diego Perez to do any investigation?
I have not authorized him.
Had you authorized him to do any search for Mr. English or for you?
No, I have not.
You had not deputized Diego Perez,
No, I have not.
but he's out there assisting.
Yes.
You're okay with that?
At that time, yes.
You didn't have any problem with that?
No.
And Greg McMichael and Travis McMichael are out there as well?
Yes, they are.
You're okay with that?
Yes.
You even find out Travis is armed, right?
Yes.
You're okay with that?
Yes.
You didn't tell Travis to go put his gun up.
No.
You didn't tell Travis to go home.
No, I did not.
You didn't tell Greg to go home.
No, I did not.
You didn't tell Diego to go home.
No, I did not.
They're out there keeping their eyes out, assisting you.
Yes.
You're okay with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Such a.
Can you stop right there? Do you see this flashlight back here?
Yes, sir.
Do you know who that is?
That's Diego Perez standing along the fence, shining the light back there.
Okay, so he's, while you're in front with other officers, your body camera is now just turning on. He's out back. He's heading back by the camper and back where the dock is, correct?
He's walking down the side of the house, yes.
Okay.
The owner of this house has caught this guy on video.
Oh, yeah.
You know about that?
Yeah. He's called him several, and I'm surprised he hadn't called me tonight.
Yeah.
All right, stop right there. Larry English didn't even call you that night until you called him,
Correct.
right? Is it your understanding that instead of calling the Glenn County Police, he called Diego Perez?
I did not know that.
Okay.
At that point, I did not know
Well, I'm
that.
sorry. Go ahead, say that
At
again.
that point, I did not know that.
When did you find that out?
When he, on the phone, he told me he had sent the video to Diego, and that's when I responded, I'm the one on duty tonight. I understood him, he sent it to an officer we have, Del Torre, Diego Del Torre. And I was thinking he sent that to another officer. That's why on the phone with Mr. English, I said, I'm the one on duty tonight, send it to me.
Did you ever ask Diego Perez this night to see what Larry English had sent him?
No, I did not.
Because you didn't know he had it?
I did not know.
Okay. What do we see you getting out of your, it looks like the
A
trunk?
flashlight, that's out of my front door. I have my standard police issue flashlight, and then I have a larger, it's a brighter flashlight, and my police issue flashlight was going dead, so I went and retrieved a second flashlight.
Okay. And while you're retrieving your flashlight, we see two gentlemen on your body cam. I think you've identified the man in the blue shirt as Diego Perez, and do you know who that is?
I believe that's Travis, or Greg McMichael.
The man in what looks like a gray short sleeve shirt.
Yes.
Okay. And he's walking around the house as well?
They're in the front yard of the house, yes.
Okay.
They've been watching. They said unless he's jumped the fence and went over somewhere, they don't know if that he hasn't went on the road. So we just need to check everything.
Stop right there. That's you.
That is me.
You got your flashlight in one hand and your police issued firearm in the other.
Yes.
Okay. Guns drawn.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The county police, anybody in here?
Let me stop for a second. You got your gun drawn, but it's a burglary or trespassing. It's a property crime. So why is your gun drawn?
I believe at that point then that we were notified, I guess dispatch had notified us that possibly armed.
So it's for your protection.
My protection.
Not to hurt anybody. It's to protect you.
Absolutely.
In case somebody jumps down from the rafters we're looking at
Yes, sir.
and surprises you.
Yes, sir.
You need to protect yourself.
Yes, sir.
You need to protect Officer Sherman.
Yes, sir.
You need to protect Greg McMichael, Travis McMichael, and Diego Perez, because they're in danger too.
Possibly.
You don't know what's going to happen,
I do not.
but you don't take any chances.
Not at all.
Okay. So it's standard procedure when you go into a possible armed situation to make sure you have your gun ready
Yes.
for your protection.
Yes, sir.
Clear here.
Can you stop right there? I didn't hear you, Officer Rash, say, and maybe I just missed it, Glenn County Police, come out, like they do on TV. Did you say it and I missed it, or you didn't say it?
I said Glenn County Police when we walked in.
Okay, so that's to announce your presence.
Yes.
And that's to make sure you're not surprising anybody.
Yes.
And it's to make sure that that person knows if that they should come out because you're an officer.
Yes.
You use your presence to get compliance with orders.
Yes.
Right? You're in uniform, you want them to see your badge, right?
Yes.
See your vest if you're wearing a vest that night that says Glenn County Police.
Yes, sir.
Because presence is one way to gain compliance, right?
Yes, sir.
Shouts is another word. Shout meaning, I'm here.
Yes, sir.
I want you to come out with your hands up. That's gaining compliance, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you familiar with the phrase shout, shove, show, shoot?
No, sir.
Okay. You're familiar with the use of force continuum.
Yes.
And the use of force continuum, as you know from your training, is the levels of force that can be used by a police officer,
Yes.
including just your presence is a use of force.
Yes.
When I'm here and I tell you to do something, you do it just because I'm here.
Yes.
Another way to get compliance is shouting. a command.
Yes, sir.
Do as I say, because I'm telling you, as a police officer, what to do,
Yes,
right? And I have the authority to do that.
yes,
Another way to gain compliance is to show your weapon as you're doing here.
yes,
I have a weapon, don't do anything stupid. Here it is, you're not hiding it, right?
Yep.
It's not a concealed weapon. You want them to see it, right?
yes, sir.
Because seeing a weapon will gain compliance from the person you're seeking to investigate.
Yes, sir.
And then last, of course, the ultimate use of force is shooting somebody.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
And that's deadly force.
Yes,
And you only do that when you yourself are in danger or when other people are in danger.
yes.
No, it's just an attic. They don't have there's a ladder here, but to access that attic, but, well, I mean, there's a ladder right here we can stand up, but they don't have the attic.
Is that Officer Sherman?
That is Officer Sherman.
Okay.
Right here now. Go in this next room. Maybe on the dock in the boat or something. We got a police drone here.
Example of a verbal command and presence?
Yes.
Okay.
You already checked the doors on this camper? Yeah. See, he's got cameras out here, and the guys caught him on before out here messing around on the boats and stuff.
Stop it. Who are you talking to?
Officer Sherman.
Okay, so you're getting him up to speed on the things that you know that the guys caught him, the guy being Larry English,
Yes.
caught him on before out here messing around on the boats and stuff. You're talking about the stuff in the back of the house,
On the docks, yes.
on the docks, okay.
Damn PD had one hit the bridge, flip over in the river.
Man.
They got DNR out there trying to see if they can find it.
So they're missing a person, huh?
Well, then the guy was running from. Him and the bike flipped over on the river.
Huh. Well, this guy's got these cameras, and he lives in Douglas or somewhere, and he's always calling me, texting me video of the guy plundering through the house. Well, tonight, the neighbor come by and saw the flashlight of somebody in here. So,
You use Mr. English's word, plundering, kind of like you're back in your grandma's kitchen.
Mhm.
Plundering means messing around with stuff you shouldn't be messing around with.
The way I feel, yes,
Just like your grandma used to say,
Yep.
get out of our way. You're getting into my stuff.
yes,
And that's how you use it. And you got that word from Larry English, same word he uses.
yeah.
Oh yeah, man, that's good quality stuff too. He sends me the video of it.
Some good quality stuff. What are you referring to?
The officer, I believe it was Officer Sherman, was standing there looking up at the camera located on the front of the house. My body camera doesn't show it, but he's standing there with his light looking at the camera that Mr. English has mounted on the front corner.
So the good quality stuff is the good quality surveillance system
Yeah.
that allows you now to know what this guy looks like
Yeah.
and to be able to identify him.
Yes, sir. A lot of places we go to, the cameras look like they were from the 1950s, very, very poor quality, and those were some of the better quality cameras I have seen.
Okay, great. Now you're back out front, right?
Yes, sir. Walking back up to our cars.
We don't see him back there unless he jumped the fence this way or.
Travis just walked down there. He's going in our backyard to check back this way.
Okay.
He's armed, by the way.
Okay.
Stop right there. So at this point, Greg McMichael is talking to you, correct? And Greg McMichael is telling you that Travis just walked down there. He's going in my backyard to check back this way.
Yep.
So Mr. McMichael, Travis McMichael at this point is kind of expanding the search
Going down, I took that as he's going down to his residence.
in the backyard. Or I'm sorry, yeah, he's going in my backyard to go check back this way, right?
Yes.
Because it's possible that the black male intruder is left that scene and is in somebody else's backyard.
Possibility.
And Travis is checking that out.
Yes.
And Travis is checking it out on February 11th, 2020 with a gun.
I don't know that he is checking out other people's backyards.
No, his backyard.
He's going to check out his backyard, yes.
And he's armed,
Yes, he is.
just like he was armed when he was back at Larry English's house.
Yes.
Okay. He didn't go home, get the gun, come back out and go into his backyard, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. You're okay with that?
Yep,
No problem. He's right to carry a firearm.
he does.
And just like you're needing it for protection, he has the right to protect himself as well.
He does. On his property, yes.
On any property, he has the right to
Well,
protect
yes.
himself.
I think all our guys are walking.
He said he had, I think he said, red shirts and a white shirt.
I wonder if it's the same guy, if he's got the sleeve. So Travis actually saw him?
Yeah, he said he turned around right here, put the lights on him. See, when the lights hit him, he hauled ass inside the house. Yeah. I wanna let y'all know I can lock this up about daylight if y'all want.
Did you have a camera in your window, right?
Yes.
We didn't identify, I don't think, this guy. This is Ronnie Olson.
Ronnie Olson.
And he lives right across the street,
Yes, sir, directly across the street.
directly across the street, 219 Satilla.
I believe so, yes.
Did you understand that he had a surveillance system?
I knew he had a camera in his window, and he mentioned then he had one on the corner, the eave of, I believe, the eave of his house.
But it just wasn't very good at night?
No.
Okay.
Have you
But at night, it don't move through the glass.
Uh,
I don't have any vision out here after dark. I mean,
Oh, okay.
on the eve and I'm lazy.
okay.
The rest of them are on the eve, so it's not.
Well, get with it, man. Get with it, man. Chop, chop.
He said he was lazy, so,
Like I said,
Yeah.
I'd like this whole place up by daylight.
Yeah, I'm gonna call Mr. English and get him to look back at his cameras and.
Yeah, because he's got.
Nah, this guy, he's always on foot. Nobody in the neighborhood knows who he is. We can't identify. I've been about every house, door to door, trying to.
Now, I know you said earlier, it wasn't really every house door to
No.
door, but 10 to 20 people, no one's seen them walking the neighborhood, running the neighborhood, jogging the neighborhood, doing anything in the neighborhood. No one's seen them.
no one had ever seen him.
Okay.
ID him. He's been on their video. They have video over here. We caught him on
This guy right there, here's, you got
We've caught him on several video cameras, but we just can't find where and he usually goes this way, straight down that road.
All right, stop. Again, when you're saying he goes this way, you're talking about Jones?
Jones, yes.
Okay, if I could just, maybe. Just to orient everybody, if they can see, and if you can see, Satilla Drive, here's the entrance up here. Can you see that, Officer Ryan?
Yes, sir.
And Satilla Drive, this is Jones, and that's Larry English's house right across
Yes.
from Jones. McMichaels live further down?
Yes.
Okay.
So where I'm standing in this picture,
Yeah.
Jones Road would be right to the right where Mr. Olson, you can see Mr. Olson pointing down Jones Road.
Okay. So if you looked right across the street, you'd look down Jones Road.
Well, yeah, at an angle, directly across, you see the house, but off to the right of Mr. Olson is Jones Road.
Where?
That's Satilla Drive.
Okay.
And then Jones would be off to the right of him.
Okay. Do you know Matt Albenzi?
I do know Matt out and busy.
He lives down Jones.
Yes, he does.
Okay.
Right here, if it goes down that road,
Yeah.
I'll go check.
Okay,
Go
yeah.
check, see if you find it.
See if you see, because that's usually the way he goes.
How do you know the way he usually
We
goes?
call the owners.
That
Access-
Mr.
Based on
Mr. English is saying when he leaves the property, the first time he said he went over towards Jones Road, towards the house on the corner. And the second time, I believe Mr. English, I remember him telling me that he left in the same direction.
Okay. Do you know if that black male has any business down that road?
I do not.
Doesn't, you know, there's no grandma down there?
I don't even know who he is, so I have no knowledge of that.
Okay, thank you.
There's cameras. Hold on. What's that now? Yeah, the son saw him, put the light, he ripped it around, and the guy ran inside. This is a. That's from the dock out there. This is videos from before they caught him inside. So he's got kind of a twist hair, if it's the same guy, and his sleeve, he's lighter skin, and he's got sleeve tattoos. So,
At this point, you hadn't gotten English's videos yet for this night.
No, I'm showing Officer Sherman video because he is about to start driving around canvassing the neighborhood.
And you want him looking for that black male?
Yes.
Okay.
here he is with no shirt on.
So he ran into the garage?
That's where they
That's
saw
what
him.
Travis said he did, but he came, when Travis got down there, he ran in the house and told me. And I ran out front, he was looking for a flashlight, all that kind of shit. And so I was watching down here the whole time, I didn't see anybody come across the street.
He had to go behind the backyard, so.
That or else when Travis turned around, he could have come across behind him, and he wouldn't have seen him.
You live back here?
Me?
No,
This guy?
we don't know. I've tried, I've been door to door, nobody knows him. Mr. English,
How you doing, Officer Rash?
good, how you doing, sir? I guess you see him.
Hanging in there. I'm sorry if it's a false alarm. I sent a video. I don't know if y'all was able to get it or not.
Okay, you sent it to me?
I sent it to Diego, but I will send it to you. I didn't know if you was the one that was over there, but I'll send it to you.
No, send it to me, I'm on duty tonight. No, we've, there's 5 or 6 of us here along with the neighbors, and we haven't seen him. We've searched everything, so thinking of, I think,
5 or 6 of you, meaning Glenn County Police Department,
Yes.
and neighbors.
Yes.
And neighbors are not only the McMichaels and Diego Perez, but also Ronnie Olson now.
Ronnie Olson, yes.
At some point, we see Matt Albenzi come into view in a red shirt, right?
Yes.
Okay.
This here said he went run into the house, so he went out back, he's jumped the fence somewhere, went right or left, but we looked all on the dock and in the camper, under the camper, around the camper, we looked all up in the rafters and everything. Officer even got on the ladder and looked up there to see if he was on top of, around the air handler, any of that up there. No signs of him here. They're canvassing the neighborhood right now, trying to find him. So, we're actively looking, and your neighbor across the street is gonna look at his camera, because he says his camera looks at, whatever this road is, Jones Road. He's got a camera that looks at Jones Road. He's gonna look at it and see if he's seen where he went that way. But, as of now, that's what I was gonna see. So, you send me what video you have. Does it look like it's the same guy as always? I lost him. We've been talking to nobody.
It's a dead zone.
Hold on, I lost you there. My Bluetooth tried to connect. So does your camera, does it look like the same guy as always? Hello? Hello, sir? Okay, does it look like the same guy as always?
Same guy, right? That's what he's telling you.
Yes, sir.
First time now you've actually confirmed that the guy on February 11th is the guy on November 18th, the guy on October 25th.
Yes, sir.
Still can't catch him.
Nope.
The guy, Mr. McMichael lives down the road, the retired law enforcement officer and the DA investigator. His son saw him and said, the black male had on red shorts or whatever. I had to go back over there and get exactly what he had on. But he saw him and turned in your yard, put the headlights on him, and he run in the house. He saw him run through the house, so we just don't know who he is. So. All right. Thanks, sir. He's saying it's the same guy. He's got the video.
Officer Ash, you're approaching Greg McMichael, Travis McMichael, and somebody I don't know who that is. I don't know if it's Officer Sherman or somebody else. Telling them English has just confirmed it's the same guy who's been breaking into the house on multiple occasions.
Yes. Or entering, not breaking in, trespassing on the property, yes.
Trespassing, but stuff's missing.
Not by this guy.
Do you know that?
None of the video shows him take anything from the property.
None of the video shows anybody taking anything, but stuff's missing.
There is stuff missing, yes.
From the boat.
From the boat, yes.
Parked on the property,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Circumstantial evidence, right?
Objection. Calls for a legal conclusion. This is for the jury.
I think this officer's now explaining what he knows and how he knows it and what significance it has to him.
Yeah, he said he explains what he knows and understands. Go ahead.
Okay. Boat's on the property.
I know there's stuff missing from the boat on the property, yes.
At the same time, this black male has now entered 3 times.
Yes.
Okay. But you're talking to Travis and Greg, right? As you're walking down, confirming that Larry English says it's the same guy.
Yes.
Yeah, he said it to another officer. He didn't know who was on duty. That's the first time I've seen him in here, but we don't.
You haven't seen his name on?
No. This is video.
It is. It's being built. Oh, that one? No.
This is the video
I think it's off the bat.
from one of the prior.
Same kid. Yeah. That's him. Yep, the same guy.
He's got sleeve tattooed.
So now, Travis confirms for you that the guy he's looking at on February 11th, the guy he saw in person, is the same guy that's been there before.
Yes.
He was wearing a red shirt and white pants.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see the tattoos.
But he's got like twisty hair.
Short.
Yep.
Probably 3 inches.
Yep.
That's what dreads, maybe?
Yep. Yeah, dreads or twists, whatever they call it.
Yeah. I was washing the hands.
But yeah, that's what it is. It's the same guy. I don't know where the crap he's coming from.
He's coming down this road. Straight up coming down this road. So I don't know if he's coming down 17 or is he probably going across from that neighborhood. It's only
When Travis tells you he's coming down this road, we're talking about Satilla Drive.
He is pointing from the entrance down Satilla Drive, yes.
So at least Travis suspects, or at least telling you, it's coming from the entrance at 17 into the neighborhood.
That's, yes, what he's telling me.
Okay.
Well, I've been up there, you know, down here at the corner of Jones and Zellwood, you have the family there that have the adopted.
Right.
And all. Foster kids.
Yeah.
I went and talked to them, because they got one that kind of matches it, but he's, Bear, he's got something wrong with him.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, he just had a kidney transplant, blah, blah, blah.
He just kind of shovels along.
Yeah.
The old black lady right at the corner.
Yeah, and then when you turn on Zellwood down there, the house has got a dumpster out by the
Yep.
driveway. There's some blacks right in there.
Is that right?
Yeah.
They, matter of fact, don't come to think of it, I kept forgetting about them. They have some kids that age that hang around that house.
Yeah. Well, I've been there for a report of a alleged assault or whatever, and it's the kids they have are only females. Now I don't know if it's one of them's boyfriend. They only had daughters there, so it could be unless somebody's moved in with them, or whatever. But yeah, nobody seems to know who this kid is, where he's coming from. But like he's always, and all the times on the video that Mr. English just sent me, he sent me one out. It's always been just in there plundering around. He hasn't seen him actually take anything.
Stop. He hasn't seen him take anything,
Yep.
right? That's what
That's
you
what he said.
described for Travis and Greg. But you don't say he hasn't taken anything,
That's true.
only that he hasn't been seen.
Hasn't been seen taking anything.
Just as no one's been seen taking anything.
No one.
I said, so, you know,
It's criminal trespassing.
yeah, at the very least,
Stop.
loitering and prowling.
Criminal trespass, yeah, at the very least. Is that you talking or someone else talking?
I believe Greg said criminal trespass, and I said at the very least.
At the very least. Because it could be
I'd have to
burglary.
look at the,
Right?
how it is, yes.
Because it could be burglary.
If he is caught taking something, then yes, he could be charged with burglary.
Well, if it is not taking something but goes in with the intent to take something, you understand that's burglary, right?
With the intent to take something?
Mm-hmm.
If he, how do I know he had the intent?
I don't know. I'm just saying that's the law as you understand it as an officer, right?
With the intent, yes, the law does say with the intent.
Okay.
Had reported and stolen on the first, right down the road.
Now, we did have, I took a report down the road here, the house on the corner, the guy where the Jeep and all is, he had some stuff stolen, some guns stolen, but we got on video the car that people had come in and stole them. They were from another neighborhood.
Yeah.
How y'all doing?
What's up, man?
Hey, bud.
What's going on?
That's Mr. Albenzi.
Mr. Benzie, yes.
Breaking in, I just called him, but he got on.
In the river?
This is tonight, I'm sure.
This is facing out in the road?
Yes.
Thank you. There he is. Yeah, dreads on.
Black boy, kind of a lighter skinned black boy. I'll walk back across here a second. He's got like twists or dreads, 3 to 4 inches long. He has sleeve tattoos on his arms.
Was he down there at your place, Gary?
No, he's right here. I come driving by, so I walk across the yard.
You know, and I couldn't do anything. When I pulled around to talk to him, he started reaching in his pocket. First time in my life I have.
This is again where Travis McMichael is describing the man he saw on the property reaching into his pocket.
Yes, he's talking to Mr. Albenzi, I guess.
Okay.
God didn't go on, so I could, you know, but either way, I was gonna back the hell out anyway, you know. If I would've had it, I would've sat right here and called y'all, you know. I had to run back up there and grab my phone. So who knows where he went after that point. Somebody walked across right there, I guess.
Somebody down there behind.
I see there's shoes right over there on the right side of the street.
That's probably your mom. I'm gonna walk on back now.
Okay.
Good to see you, Ray.
Right there around that van, or this partner on the side. Yeah, we're good. Appreciate it.
Appreciate y'all being here, man. See, fix that something. I've been lucky. You talked to me a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
About the week.
Yeah, the house, the house over on the right there.
And, I'll tell you something's been happening on the Foreign and Jones Road. I come home early yesterday, work on a chia cut Sunday, and people park down there at the end of the road, and another car will come up. I guarantee you they're making deals down there. When they're
Yeah.
across the streets, and they'll go down there and take pictures. They got pictures there all the way.
We busted a house.
Rob Wade's place.
Rob had a guy,
in December.
he had a guy living with him. We got him on some outstanding warrants, and he was got a bunch of dope out of there then. But you know, around there, what's the guy, Gene, that used to own Tackle Shack?
Yeah.
Lives around there. You know where he lives? He's got a
great two-story with a white picket.
White picket
fence,
fence.
chickens and all.
Well, boy, the Tash Bowie, which is Gene's, I guess that's Gene's,
Son or girlfriend's kid or something.
yeah, girlfriend. I don't know if that's Gene's wife or girlfriend, but her kid. He's been in prison. He's fully tatted, face tats, everything. He
told me he tried to commit suicide in jail. He's paralyzed now.
No, he ain't paralyzed. I was just out there last week. He called the other morning. He was tripping out and said the satellites were watching him and this, that. I mean, he was out there. He was on something that was like, that's what brings up Gene. That morning, I said, well, where's your mom? Where's Gene? Well, they're in Alma. Not Alma. I think, yeah, maybe it was Alma. Supposedly his grandma died, Tash's grandma died, and they were up there staying at her house for a little while. But the house looks like nobody lived. I mean, I'm wondering if they even knew, because I said, do you have permission to be here, Tash? Oh, yeah, they know I'm here. But I tried to call Mom, and Mom, I couldn't get a hold of her, so I passed on to my day shift guys. I said, you may get a call there. Mama may come home and want to know why the crap he was over there, because he had been trespassed from the property at one time. So, but I guess that any of us looking.
Got to look at the porta potty.
Well, anyway, all right. All right, appreciate you calling.
I'm pretty sure he was gonna pick him up.
Well,
I was coming up Zellwood,
mhm.
there was a little dark colored car that stopped at State.
Can't see who's talking to you there. Someone's telling you about a dark-colored car. that
Officer Chandler Smith.
That's Chandler Smith.
He had went out and drove around the neighborhood.
And he's telling you on page 19, line 21, I'm pretty sure he got somebody to pick him up.
Yes.
Okay. And on page 20, line 1, same guy, Officer Smith, is telling you there was a little dark-colored car that was stopped. It stayed there. I watched it all the way until Satilla Drive comes into view.
Yes.
What is he explaining to you? What do you understand him to be explaining to you?
There was a dark colored car stopped down the road, and as he approached, the car took off.
Is that suspicious to you, or was that suspicious to you at the time, that car took off?
Could be just somebody standing there or parked to see what we're doing, watching us.
Do you know where on Satilla Drive he's talking about?
I do not.
Do you know if it's closer to 17 or closer towards Burford? Is he talking about up here or down?
He said I was coming up Zellwood, and there was a little dark colored car that was stopped. It stayed there. Was he coming up? I don't know which way he was coming up Zellwood.
Okay.
If he was coming up from Satilla or coming up from 17, I don't know.
There, I watched it all the way until Satilla Drive up in the view.
Yeah, that's his video in there from tonight. I mean, so that video is good. He's got good. The cameras are good. He walks in and he just plunders around. And they got like 5 different videos of him coming in there, and none of them he doesn't take anything. He's just pilfering around. Now the guy has had some stuff stolen out of his boat, but he didn't have any because he had a bigger boat parked where that Bobcat is, and the Bobcat was in front blocking it. And he had like the E-Perb and a Lorraine and a whatever that fish finder, different thing. About $2,000 worth of stuff stolen, but he had no video of the people taking it. So he's thanking the air conditioner people who was inside working, because at that time he only had cameras outside the house. After that theft, he added the cameras to the inside the house.
You just sum up the whole thing. Guy coming in the house, pilfering around, stuff stolen from the boat, suspect air conditioning guys, right? Same black male coming back now 3 times?
Yes.
That's to your knowledge?
Mhm.
Officer Rash, between February 11th and February 23rd, you never saw this black male.
Never.
Never able to catch him,
Nope.
despite being out there within minutes, right?
Yep.
And when seconds count, sometimes minutes don't work.
True.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Mr.
Oh, Judge, if you don't mind, we can collect the
The transcripts.
transcripts.
Officer Rash, I'm Franklin Hogue, and along with my wife and co-counsel Laura Hogue, we represent Greg McMichael.
Okay.
I'll adopt everything Mr. Rubin just did with you on cross-examination, and I won't repeat any of it. So I just want to talk to you about one other topic that hasn't come up much here, okay?
Okay.
Let's go to December the 20th of 2019. You're out patrolling the Satilla Shores area.
Mhm.
Are you oriented and with me?
Yes, sir.
And you see Greg McMichael out in his yard in front of his house.
Yes.
At 230 Satilla Shores Drive, right?
Yes, sir.
And you recognize him.
Yes, sir.
You already knew who he was.
Yes, sir.
You knew him from law enforcement. Years you'd seen him around the DA's office or the Glenn County Police Department, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you knew that he had once worked with your own dad, who was in law enforcement, right?
Yes.
And you stopped that day to talk to him while you were patrolling Satilla Shores because you were, in effect, investigating this possible burglary at Larry English's house.
Yes.
And specifically, you stopped to show him videos or still shots or both that you had in your possession on your cell phone that you had gotten from Larry English, right?
Yes.
So did you get out of your car and stand in the yard to show him these? or-
I stayed in my car, the seat of my car.
So he came over to your car door.
Yes, sir.
And you were talking and you were telling him about your investigation and showing him these videos.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so by that time, you're showing him the video of October the 25th, 2019, that we have already seen, that I won't replay, that shows the young black male on the boat dock, right?
Yes, sir.
And you show him all of the video you have of that night?
I don't believe we sat and watched every clip entirety.
Then you move on to the November 17, 2019 video that shows the white couple walking into, looks like the boat garage of the house,
Yes.
right? Showed him that video?
I believe so, yes, sir.
And then you showed him the video from November 18, 2019 of the same black male that had been there on October the 25th.
I don't recall if I showed him the 18th, but I know we had the discussion. He had been there multiple times.
That's what you told him.
Yes,
This person on the screenshot and the video you had from October the 25th had been there multiple times.
yes,
There being the English house.
yes.
And he told you, Mr. McMichael, that he did not.
Objection to what Mr. McMichael told him. Hearsay.
I'm not offering it for the truth of what he said, but for what this officer did with the information he acquired as he's conducting an investigation of a burglary.
Objection to the characterization of it as a burglary.
It's
No
a-
evidence of that.
It's not a burglary?
It's sustained. You can ask him. If you're just asking what he did, ask him what he did.
All right. Based on your showing the video of this person, the young black male or the white couple, to Greg McMichael, did you acquire information from Greg McMichael that then helped you that day solve the crime?
No, I did not.
No. And so he was of no help to you in solving the crime by telling you who these people were and where you could go find them?
He was not.
You understood that he didn't even know who it was that owned that house.
My understanding, yes.
But you did tell him that the person who owned the house didn't live there. He lived a couple of hours away in Douglas, Georgia.
I believe so.
And then you discussed with him that the owner of the house had indeed had expensive items stolen from a boat that was parked at that house sometime in October or November of 2019, right?
I don't remember the exact date, but I do recall telling him that there was had been items missing from the boat.
And you let him know that what you were doing, you were trying to identify the people in these videos so that you could get help from the neighbors to solve the crime.
Yes,
So you knew he was retired law enforcement, right?
yes,
And he told you that day that he would give you his phone number and that you could give his phone number to the owner of that house,
he did.
Larry English. And in fact, he gave you his phone number, right?
He did.
And told you that you could convey that phone number to Larry English, and that if Larry English got any more activity on his camera, he could call Greg McMichael day or night,
Yes,
and that he would do what he could to help.
yes.
Now, in your experience, it's not uncommon in tight-knit communities for there to be neighbors who will offer to help neighbors like that, is it?
Not uncommon, no.
You've encountered that sort of neighborly helpfulness from other people before.
Other neighbors, other neighborhoods.
Not uncommon that as a police officer that you will respond to businesses or residences when alarms go off and there's some other person who's not the owner who's looking out for the place, and that's who you'll end up talking to, right?
Yes,
So you took this phone number and this message that Mr. McMichael gave you that day, and you conveyed that to Mr. English, right?
yes, I did.
I want to mark as Defendant's Exhibit GM1, please. show this to you, Officer Rash. Make sure the sticker stays on it. Before we read it, tell us first if you recognize it.
I do.
And you recognize it to be a screenshot of a text message?
I do.
From whom?
That is a screenshot of the text message from me to Larry English.
All right. I tendered into evidence, Your Honor.
No objection.
No objection. Objection.
It's admitted.
And you say it's from your phone to Larry English's phone, right?
It is, sir.
And it starts at the top. Here's a clip from my Blink camera. That's from Larry English to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the part that's from you to him, I'm going to read it. You tell me if this is what you said to him. Your neighbor at 229 Satilla Drive is Greg McMichael. Now you know now that he lives at 230 Satilla Drive, right?
Yes, sir.
Greg is retired law enforcement and also a retired investigator from the DA's office.
Yes.
He said, please call him day or night when you get action on your camera.
Yes.
His number is, and then you gave his cell phone number.
That is correct.
And this is dated 2/11/20, 7:47 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
But the text at the top is 12:20. So do you have any idea when you actually sent that to him?
12:20 at 9:40.
That's when you sent that
Yes.
to Larry English.
Yes, the 211 is for the next clip.
Okay.
That's below
So
it.
the date pertinent to the text that you're sending to Greg McMichael is the date at the top, 12/20/19, 9:40 a.m. And that's when you were talking to him in his yard, right?
Yes.
All right. That's all I have, Officer Rash. Thank you.
Mr. Scott.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
I'm Jessica Burton. I'm co-counsel for Roddy Bryan. I just have a couple of questions.
Okay.
The first one is you never spoke with Mr. Bryan about any of the break-ins or the thefts that were occurring at Mr. English's house. Is that correct?
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay. And then you also never spoke with him in late 2019 or early 2020 of all of the break-ins and thefts going on in the neighborhood. Is that correct?
I don't recall, no.
Okay. I don't think I have anything else for you. Thank you.
Yes, Judge. So Officer Ash, there was no communication at all between you and Larry English between 12/20 of 19 and February 11th of 2020?
Not that I recall. No text messages at all.
No text messages. All right. And when you sent that text to Larry English, was it your intent to deputize Greg McMichael or Travis McMichael?
Never.
Would you want them to be?
Witnesses. Actually, the text was for Greg McMichael, not for Travis McMichael. For
Fair
Greg
enough.
McMichael, based on his training and knowledge as a retired officer, retired investigator, to be a witness, to call 911, to tell us what he saw and direct us where we needed to go.
Because you hadn't met Travis at this point on
No, I hadn't.
12/20.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And your intent, the defense has characterized it as solving a crime, but if you made contact with the now deceased homicide victim,
Mm-hmm.
your intent was to what?
Identify him, okay, then trespass him. And if that's what Mr. English, it's ultimately his decision. And it does happen, some homeowners, some business owners, they just say, tell him to leave. I don't want you to trespass him, just tell him to leave and don't come back. And it's ultimately Larry English's decision, property owner's decision,
All right, the property owner's decision.
property owner's decision.
Okay. To say whether to actually give a formal trespass on this person,
Correct.
or to just say, hey, officer, can you just tell him to please stop coming back?
Absolutely.
You went and knocked on Sue B. Lawrence's door on October 25th, 2019. She answered?
No.
Mr. Rubin went over all the stuff inside the open unsecured construction site.
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
so there's that saw that we see, all that lumber,
Mhm.
all that's just laying out,
Mhm.
totally unsecured. Okay? You ever report any of it stolen?
No, ma'am, not to my knowledge.
Ever report any of his electronics stolen?
Not to my knowledge, no, ma'am.
Ever report any plumbing or fixtures stolen?
No, ma'am, not to my knowledge.
Ever report any electrical or electronics stolen?
No, ma'am, not to my knowledge.
Ever report any tools stolen?
No, ma'am, not to my knowledge.
Ever report that anybody's broken into that camper?
No, ma'am, not to my knowledge.
Any report that anything's been stolen off of that dock?
No, ma'am.
So while for January 1st, 2019 through February 23rd, 2020, Larry English never reported anything actually stolen at 220 Satilla Drive.
Not to my knowledge, no, ma'am.
He never even reported the cooler and the satellite system stolen, did he?
No, ma'am, not to my knowledge.
Okay. Do you have any evidence about who stole that stuff?
No, ma'am.
Do you have any knowledge of where the boat was when the stuff was stolen?
I do.
Where was the boat?
The boat was inside of the boat garage, RV garage, whatever terminology he's calling it. It was parked inside of there.
So your understanding right now is that the stuff was stolen when it was parked there, or that's how Mr. English discovered it?
When Mr. English called me, told me he discovered it, I was under the impression it was stolen from there. And no time did Mr. English ever tell me he takes that boat from that location anywhere else, or had it been any other location. So I was under the impression it was stolen from that site based on the phone call where he called me.
How many conversations did you have about the stuff being stolen on the boat?
One call. He called me on my off day.
Okay.
He told me what he had. I said, if you need to, I'm not on duty, you need to call, have the on-duty officer come to the scene to report it. And he started talking about his insurance deductible. He didn't know if it was worth it. And he decided at that, there was never a report made, so I can only speculate he decided against it.
All right. Do you remember when this off day was, when he calls to tell you he discovered his missing stuff?
I don't remember the exact date. Like I said, my phone didn't keep record of the calls. It only kept record of the text.
So you never had a follow-up conversation with Larry English about what he thought had happened with the stuff and where the boat was at the time?
He told me the boat was inside the garage. Now, at that phone call, we discussed the air conditioned HVAC contractors there.
Okay.
My theory was, if those...
To his theory, unless it's relevant to something in the case.
Well, I thought we were talking about his understanding from Mr. English, so the state is going to go and ask you, what was your understanding about this?
He had contractors there working. They were in and out of the house. He did not have video inside the house at that time. Contractors carry, air-conditioned contractors carrying toolboxes, boxes that have ductwork, other items in and out. Very well possible those items could have been taken by the AC contractors, but nothing was ever seen, according to Mr. English. There was no video footage of the AC contractors or anybody else taking any items from the house. He just knew they were missing.
All right, so is it fair to say that your understanding is that because the AC contractors can take big boxes in and out, that they could hide these goods in it to take it?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did you ever see Mr. Arbery with any bags, backpacks, or any way to steal anything out of the house?
Never seen him with anything in his hands coming or going from the property on the videos that I have seen.
right, so each time Mr. Arbery stops by to wander around inside the open unsecured construction site, he only stays for a few minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So when the defense characterized this as gotten away, do you have any information that Mr. Arbery has ESP and has some sort of ability to know the police are on their way, that anybody's called any police on him?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And how are you employed?
With the Glenn County Police Department?
So you're a police officer?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. And as a police officer, you get paid, right, as a police officer?
Very little, but yes.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So it's your job to respond to 911 calls, right?
It is.
That's why you get paid, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And they give you a uniform
Yes, ma'am.
and equipment,
Yes, ma'am.
like the body cam,
Yes, ma'am.
a patrol car.
Yes, ma'am.
And so when the defense was asking you about use of force, you said something like, I am here. Okay, that's as a law enforcement officer.
Yes.
Okay, and as a law enforcement officer, we saw the officer on the camera. Is that how you were dressed as well?
Yes, green pants with the tan. At that time, our uniform was green BDU pants, a khaki shirt, and I had an outer vest carrier. At that point in time, it was not a load-bearing vest carrier. It made it look like a more formal Class A looking uniform, but that outer carrier contained my body armor.
All right, and did you have identifiers that showed that you were a law enforcement officer?
I had my badge, I had my name tag, and no big words that said police, but my uniform showed, and I wore a duty belt with all my equipment in it.
Okay, so the first phase, as the defense brought it up to you, saying, I am here as a law enforcement officer, is because you're recognizable as a law enforcement officer.
That is correct.
Okay. And then the next thing that Mr. Rubin brought up is do as I say, because I'm a law enforcement officer. Is that correct?
That is.
Okay. Easily identifiable as a law enforcement officer, and then I'm employed as a law enforcement officer. I'm being paid, correct?
Yes.
And then you're telling people what to do.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Travis McMichael described Mr. Arbery as hauling ass into the house. Is that right?
Yes.
You saw that video?
Yes, ma'am.
What did Mr. Arbery do?
In that video, he was walking slowly, walking through normal through the house.
Now, when Larry English talked to you about leaving in the same direction, like going down Jones Road, he described him as running, right?
I believe so, yes.
So when he leaves this particular property, this open unsecured construction site, he leaves and he runs.
Objection leading. So,
Describe what he does when he leaves the open unsecured construction site per Larry English.
He leaves to the, he runs to the right towards Jones Road.
However, once again, to your knowledge, does he have any ESP or any way to know?
objection, speculation. There's no silly objection, so.
I agree. Sustained.
Do you have any information if this was Mr. Arbery's routine?
His routine.
His routine. This is what he did. He went into this house, looked around for a few minutes, and then would continue his jog on.
No, ma'am, I do not.
I'm objecting to a mischaracterization. This officer has no knowledge of him jogging.
Sustained. You're talking about personal knowledge.
Personal knowledge, but
Yeah, it's sustained.
Do you have any evidence whatsoever that Ahmaud Arbery ever stole anything from the open unsecured construction site?
I do not.
witness back.
Just so I'm clear, we taking this out of order?
I'm just gonna recross, I'll probably cover it for both of us. Is that all right with you, Mr. Rubin?
That's fine, I trust him.
All right, Officer Rash, just a short recross to follow up on some questions just asked to you on redirect. So you had to go to police school to become a police officer, right?
I did.
And in police school, you learn basic crimes, the elements of basic crimes, right?
Yes.
Including burglary.
Yes.
And you learned in police school that burglary,
Objection, relevancy. What he learned in police school is relevant to their guilt or innocence. Absolutely no relevancy.
do I need to defend that, Jan, before you
I need to know
rule?
why we're gonna get into the law of burglary.
It'll become completely clear if I have given some latitude to finish my question and have him answer it. It concerns his investigation, and it follows up on exactly what was just asked of him by the state about things he would have done had he been told, for example, by the owner to trespass out Mr. Arbery if he caught him.
I'll give you some latitude, but
I
again,
don't
we're
need
getting
mu-
into,
I don't need much.
I'll give you some latitude. But again, we're getting into definitions
I
that,
only have this many questions. I don't have much.
so just let me finish my statement. I'll give you a little bit of latitude here, but I think you understand that the court has already ruled a number of other times about defining crimes and all of that.
Yes, and I'm not getting into that area, I assure you. So you've been to police school, you learned, you have to know some of the crimes so you know what it is you're investigating and what you may be arresting someone for, right?
Absolutely.
And that's just basic police knowledge, right?
Yes, sir.
You don't need to know what a lawyer knows or what a judge knows, do you?
No, sir.
Okay. You're out there in the field and you're trying to decide, what do I charge this guy with if you catch somebody doing a thing, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you know then the basics of burglary, how to arrest for it if you see it.
Relevancy and outside the scope of redirect.
Yeah, it's the same objection we just had, and I've asked for a little latitude. And once we get past this, we'll be at the finish line.
Again, give you some room here. Go ahead.
I don't need much. So you understood burglary from police school to be the entering of a dwelling with the intent to commit a felony therein,
Yes.
right? And you understood Larry English's house to be a dwelling.
Yes.
You understood that items, expensive items up to $2,500 worth of stuff you'd been told had been taken from that house, right?
Yes.
And the taker of that stuff didn't have permission from Mr. English to take it, right?
That is correct.
So you knew as a police officer that would be the basics for a burglary, right?
It was not stolen from the dwelling. It was stolen out of a boat,
That was parked in the dwelling.
parked in the
right?
dwelling, okay?
And you would know that to be a burglary,
Yep.
right? Okay. And so, as the state asked you, if you had caught Mr. Arbery at some point,
Objection, that is mischaracterization. The state didn't ask that. That's speculation, and I specifically did not ask about speculation in this case.
if I may remind the court before ruling, the state asked the officer, if you had confronted or caught Mr. Arbery and then spoke to Mr. English and he wanted to trespass out, was the phrase he used, what would you have done? It was a hypothetical, and I'm asking the same thing. That's what
That
Mr.
is not at all what the state asked.
He indicated what he was going to do if he was able to identify the individual on the video.
Yeah, he was going to do what the homeowner wanted him to do. That was the question. If Mr. English wanted you to trespass out this person, had you been able to speak to him, he was asked by the state, what would you have done? And he told the jury, I would have told him, don't come back over here.
he was explaining his regular practice.
That's right, and that's where I'm headed. I've got one more question, but that's what they asked. I brought him back to that, and now I want to ask my question.
Ask the question, and then we'll see what the question is.
Well, I'm reorienting Mr. Officer Rash to what he'd been asked.
We're past that. Just go ahead and ask your question. You said you've got one more question. I said, well, let's see what the question is.
Okay. Well, are you with me, Officer Rash, so far? You know where we are in this cross-examination?
I believe so. I'm a little
Yeah.
lost here with the back and forth.
Okay, well, I want to get him back to where I am so I can ask my final question if I can get it out. So, when you were asked about trespassing out somebody, you've used that phrase. I had not heard that referred to that way before. That's where a homeowner would tell you, hey, if you catch the guy and the homeowner wants you to just tell him, don't come back over here anymore, that's what you would do, right?
Absolutely.
Now, isn't it also true if you catch the guy and the homeowner says, well, he may be the burglar, would you investigate it further for me? You would do that too, wouldn't you?
At that point in time, there not have been a crime reported. There was no report made by Mr. English of a burglary at his residence.
So telling you that things have been stolen and I'd like you to investigate it, you would say, well, you got to file a formal report and then we'll investigate it?
Yes, sir.
And that means for you, if that had been done, get the person's name and address, right?
Yes.
And then either you or someone would then investigate to see if they could find the cooler, the EPIRB unit, and the Lorraine fish finder for Mr. English, right?
I was not on duty the day that he called. Had Mr. English called the police department and made a formal report, if weeks later I would have had come in contact with Mr. Arbery and identified him, then I would notify the whichever officer took that report and say, I have identified this male, here is his name, that officer, that himself, or it may have been handed off to our CID, Criminal Investigation Division. One of them would have followed up and looked into that. Myself, that was not the, being I was not the officer who took that report, I would not be the one following up doing that investigation.
Sure, and I'm not suggesting you would have been the one to go out and investigate the burglary,
Yeah.
but some investigator would have in the normal course of things, right?
An officer and or an investigator, yes.
And tried to find out what happened and where his stuff was.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
No further questions.
Nothing further from the state.
All right, thank you. You may step down. I believe you are released for the day, but still subject to recall. Thank you. Sorry, I'm all tied up in my cords here. Here we go. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're at a point we're going to break for lunch. During the lunch recess, again, do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Enjoy your lunch. It is, can't see that, 20 past. We'll plan on reconvening at 1:20. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see you in an hour.
All right for the jury.
Anything from the state before we recess for lunch?
No, but our missing witness has appeared.
Okay. Anything for Travis McMichael?
No, Your Honor.
From Greg McMichael?
No, Your Honor.
From Mr. Bryan?
No, Your Honor.
All right. An hour, we'll reconvene at 1:20. Thank you.
seat, please.
All right, we are back on. Defendants present, represented by counsel. Got a little bit of movement going on, but I think we're good. I understand the state is ready to proceed with its next witness.
State's ready, Judge.
All right, just make sure if we have any additional movement, let's get everybody in if they're supposed to get in. Okay, yeah, let's go ahead. Let's get the panel.
All rise for the jury, please. Please sit.
Welcome back. Hopefully everybody did enjoy their lunch. We are ready to proceed with the evidence in the case. I appreciate everybody's attention. Stay ready to proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the state calls Agent Jason Seacrest. Agent Jason Seacrest.
Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I will.
Go ahead, have a seat.
Good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon.
Go ahead and introduce yourself to the jury. Tell them your name and spell it for the court reporter.
My name is Jason Seacrest, Seacrist.
And how are you employed?
I'm an assistant special agent in charge at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Okay. And what is the Georgia Bureau of Investigations?
The GBI is a state law enforcement agency that's primarily tasked with assisting local law enforcement or other law enforcement agencies in criminal investigations.
Okay. And is the GBI made up of like two different sections? The crime lab and the investigative division?
That's correct. There are actually 4 divisions in the GBI, 2 of which are the investigative division and the division of forensic science.
Okay. So what's the difference between those two divisions, just briefly?
The investigative division is tasked with doing exactly what it sounds like, which is conduct the actual criminal investigation. Part of that would be conducting interviews, part of that would be collecting evidence. And once those items are done, then they are turned over, evidence is turned over to the Division of Forensic Science for actual scientific testing.
Okay. And where is the headquarters located?
Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay. Now, other than the headquarters, are there various regions with different offices?
Yes, ma'am. The investigative division is divvied up into 15 regional field offices that each cover, generally speaking, about 10 counties.
Okay. And which region are you assigned to?
I'm assigned to the Region 4 field office in Douglas, Georgia. We cover 11 counties.
Okay. And how long have you been with the GBI?
Approximately 10 years.
Any previous law enforcement experience?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, what are your primary duties in your position there with GBI?
Currently, I'm a supervisor out of our office. Our office has 5 field agents, 2 crime scene specialists, an office manager. I am, again, the assistant special agent in charge, and then the special agent in charge is the top supervisor in the office.
Okay. And are you post certified?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
What does that mean?
So POST stands for the Peace Officer Standards and Training Council. They're the ones that establish the credentials for becoming a police officer in the state of Georgia. Being post certified means that you have completed the what's known as the Police Academy, and then every year after that you've also completed additional training to maintain your certification.
Okay. And as a post certified agent with the GBI, do you have arrest powers under Georgia law?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, I want to turn your attention to the investigation into the death of someone by the name of Ahmaud Arbery. Are you familiar with that investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you become involved in that investigation at some point?
Yes, I did.
Okay. How did you become involved?
On the morning of May 6th of 2020, I received a phone call from one of our command staff. She advised that I was being tasked to assist the regional office in Kingsland in the investigation into the death of Ahmaud Arbery.
Okay. Now, were you being assigned the lead role in that investigation?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know who was assigned the lead role in that investigation?
Assistant Special Agent in Charge, Richard Dial.
Okay. And you said you became involved on May 6, 2020?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So at the point where you got the call, what did you do?
I packed my bags and I came over to Kingsland.
Okay.
I got the call about 9 o'clock in the morning, and I arrived at the Kingsland office at about 12:30.
Okay. Now, what were your duties as it pertains to the investigation itself?
Primarily was just to assist ASAC Dial in whatever investigative leads or need to be followed. Eventually, it culminated primarily into 2 tracks of the investigation, one being Mr. Roddy Bryan and one being Mr. Larry English. And then, of course, with other miscellaneous, I would say, interviews or lead follow-up as they occurred.
Okay. So when you essentially got to Agent Dial, were you briefed on the investigation thus far?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Okay. And was that from Agent Dial?
It was from Agent Dial, and as we were beginning to review the investigative work that had already occurred.
Okay. Now, were you given the file of Glenn County Police Department?
Yes, we were.
Okay. Are you familiar with the term neighborhood canvass?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us what that is?
A neighborhood canvass is where you go to an area where a crime has occurred and you knock on every door that you can find in that area, trying to identify additional witnesses or people who had additional information regarding the incident.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did GBI agents in this case do neighborhood canvasses?
That's correct.
Okay. Are you familiar with a neighborhood by the name of Fancy Bluff?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. And was that neighborhood a part of the canvassing in this case?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Okay. Where is Fancy Bluff located in proximity to Satilla Shores?
It is directly across, I think it's Highway 17, probably within a mile or 2 of where the incident occurred.
Okay. Now, did you participate particularly in any of that neighborhood canvass?
Not in the blanket neighborhood canvass, but I participated as it came to specific residences nearby in those areas where it had identified that we needed to do interviews.
Okay. Do you remember when you started doing interviews, like what date?
It was on May 7th.
Okay. Now, do you recall a couple by the name of Diego Perez and Brooke Perez?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. How do you know them?
They were living in the neighborhood of Satilla Shores. I believe they were a couple residences away from Mr. English's property.
Okay. And did you interview them in this case?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Do you remember when you interviewed them?
It would have been on May 7th.
Okay. are you familiar with a couple by the name of Danielle Stoddard and her, not Stoddard, but Stoddard, and her husband, James Stoddard?
Yes, I am.
Okay, how are you familiar with them?
Again, there was an interview that was done at their residence.
Okay, when did you do that interview?
I believe it was also May 7th.
Okay, and are you familiar with a person by the name of Matthew Albenze?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
How are you familiar with him?
Mr. Albenze was the one who contacted the non-emergency line on the day of the incident, and he lived on Jones Road, and I believe I interviewed him there or participated in an interview.
Okay, and is that, what neighborhood was that in, located in?
That would be in Satilla Shores.
Okay, and the Stoddards, do you recall where they lived?
It was the Fancy Bluff area.
Okay. Now, you mentioned before that a part of your role in the investigation was the track of William Roddy Bryan.
That's correct.
Okay. At some point, did you interview Mr. Bryan?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Do you remember how many times you interviewed him?
There were 2 formal interviews, what I would call formal interviews.
Okay, and when was the first one?
The first one was on May 11th
Of what year?
of 2020.
Where was that interview, where did it happen? Where did it occur?
It occurred at the DNR regional office on, I believe it's Conservation Way here in Brunswick.
Okay, it's 196A. So, was that interview recorded?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Okay, was that video and audio?
That one was only audio recorded.
Okay, all right. And did you review that recording before coming to court today?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you review the whole thing?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also review a transcript of that recording?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and was the transcript accurate as it pertains to what actually happened in the recording?
Yes, it was.
At this time, we would tender states 196 and 196A.
196 is the recording, 196A is the transcript.
Yes, sir.
Objection.
No objection.
No objection.
There it is.
Thank you. Now, Agent Seacrest, if you were to see Mr. Bryan in court, would you be able to recognize him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you see him in court today?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Can you please point him out and describe what he's wearing?
He is sitting to the far right at the defense table in a blue jacket and looks like a gray shirt, wearing glasses.
Okay, let the record reflect that he has identified William Bryan. May I approach? Thank you. There you go. So, Agent Seacrest, I'm showing you what's been admitted as 196A. Do you recognize 196A?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, what is it?
This is a transcript from my May 11, 2020 interview with Mr. Bryan.
Okay. Now, was Mr. Bryan under arrest at the time of this interview?
No, ma'am, he was not.
Okay. Was he detained in any way?
No, ma'am.
Was Mr. Bryan handcuffed at all?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall how he got to the interview location?
He drove on his own.
Okay. And was anyone else present during the interview?
During the interview, his attorney, Mr. Kevin Goff, was present, and another GBI agent by the name of Larry Kelly was present for a brief portion.
Okay. And do you remember what time it was when you interviewed him?
It was middle of the afternoon, maybe 2 o'clock hour, if I recall.
Okay. Would looking at the transcript help refresh your recollection?
I'm sorry, it's 3:40 p.m.
Okay. Now, did you promise Mr. Bryan that he would get anything of benefit from talking to you?
No, ma'am.
Did you promise him that he wouldn't be charged with a crime if he spoke with you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you promise him he would get some kind of lesser sentence or plea deal or anything like that if he spoke with you?
No, ma'am.
Did you make any promises to his attorney, Mr. Goff, as it related to his client getting any kind of benefit from speaking to you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you threaten Mr. Bryan in any way to talk to you?
I did not.
Now, did you actually explain to Mr. Bryan, even with his attorney there, that he didn't have to talk to you?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And did you ask him if he understood that?
I did.
And what was his response?
He indicated that he did.
what, if anything, did you tell Mr. Bryan about leaving after the interview?
I advised Mr. Bryan that when the interview was completed, he would be able to go wherever he wanted to go. He would be free to leave.
Okay. And did he acknowledge that he understood that?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
Did Mr. Bryan appear to be under the influence of any drugs or alcohol during the interview?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did he appear to understand what was going on?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And did you in fact specifically ask him if he's under the influence of anything?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did he say?
He said he was not.
Okay. Were there any limitations imposed on the May 11th interview?
There was.
And by whom?
Mr. Goff.
Okay, and what was that limitation?
The limitation on this interview was that we would only discuss things pertaining to what happened from the time he left the police department on February 23rd up to the current time.
Okay, current day being May 11th.
The date of the interview, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so nothing about the incident or before that?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, during the interview, how long was the interview? Do you remember, just like a ballpark?
I would say probably about an hour and a half.
Okay, so during that time, did a few questions come up that may have gone over those limitations?
They did.
Okay, and did you receive permission to still delve into those areas?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. So let's talk about the statements that Mr. Bryan made to you, okay? Did you ask Mr. Bryan whether he knew Greg McMichael?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, and what did he say?
He indicated that he knew him from the neighborhood and from his work at the hardware store.
Okay, whose work at the hardware store?
Mr. Bryan's work at the hardware store.
Okay, and did you ask him if he knew Travis McMichael?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did he say?
He said he did not.
Okay. Now, where did Mr. Bryan say he lived?
At 307 Burford Drive in Satilla Shores.
Okay, and how long did he say he lived at that location prior to February 23rd, 2020?
He lived there approximately 3 years.
3 years, okay. Did he at any time mention anything about purchasing that home?
Yes, ma'am.
What did he say?
He said he had just bought the house approximately 2 weeks before the incident.
Okay, so 2 weeks before February 23rd, 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
He had just purchased it?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, according to Mr. Bryan's statement, did Mr. Bryan say that he could see the victim's hands as the victim was running during the chase?
Objection, Your Honor. We're going to be referring, we understood from the pretrial order, to the man's name, not a characterization.
Well, I made no specific ruling on it. What I did ask the state was to use terminology that was not, to just use terminology that didn't, over and over again.
Over and over again, that's what I understood, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
So again, I did not in place a word ban, but if the state could.
Could limit how many times I say it.
That would be preferable.
Yes,
Thank you.
Your Honor, I will do my best. Let's see here. So, Agent Seacrest, according to Mr. Bryan's interview, did he talk about whether he was able to see Ahmaud's hands during this chase?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what did he say about that?
He could see his hands, they were out, and he appeared to not be holding anything.
Okay. And I want to turn your attention to page 76 of the transcript, beginning at line 21. And if you can just read that to the jury, that would be great. Thank you.
To which line? 21
76, line 21.
Through?
25.
Through, okay. Okay. Were his hands out like normal running, like running arms, like moving back and forth, or were they in his pockets, or do you remember? Mr. Bryan responded, no, they were out.
Okay. Now, did Mr. Bryan ever see a gun or other weapon in the victim's hands during the chase at all?
He did not.
Okay. And did you speak with Mr. Bryan about any thefts in the neighborhood right before the incident happened?
I did.
Okay. Did you speak with him about thefts while he was living in Satilla Shores?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did he say he had anything stolen from him while he was living there?
He had.
Okay. Now I want to turn your attention to page 84. lines 23 on to 85, line 10. If you can just read that, please.
Mr. Bryan said, I mean, the main thing was the trailer. It was 6 by 10, 8 by 10, 6 by 10, I think. Trailer behind the truck that went missing. And I'd have to clarify with a brother-in-law of what went missing out the back of his truck one night. But it was beer or something. I don't remember. Something petty. The trailer I never did report. Main reason, I didn't have it locked up and I was not sure when it went missing within a time frame of about a month. But now we're talking last year. I asked 2019. Mr. Bryan responded, yeah, man, it's been almost a year now.
Okay, so he had a trailer stolen from his residence,
Yes.
from the yard somewhere,
That's correct.
and that was in 2019.
Yes, ma'am.
And he said he never reported it to the police.
That's correct.
Okay, and he also mentioned about a brother-in-law
Yes,
who had some petty things stolen from how he characterized it.
that's correct.
Okay, other than that, did Mr. Bryan have any other specific thefts that occurred from his residence around that time?
No, ma'am.
Now, did Mr. Bryan mention about knowing about any kind of burglaries in the neighborhood, meaning breaking into houses?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you speak with him about knowing Ahmaud before that day?
Yes, ma'am.
What did he say? Did he know him?
He did not know.
Okay. Had he ever heard his name before?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so never met him, never heard his name.
No.
Okay. Did you speak with Mr. Bryan about knowing the owner of the 220 Satilla Drive construction site?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and who was the owner of that site?
Mr. Larry English.
And what did Mr. Bryan say about knowing Mr. English? And I'm going to turn your attention to page 95, lines 20 through 24, if you can read that.
I asked, do you know Larry English? Mr. Bryan responded, no, not at all. And I said, the guy that owns the house that's under construction out there as you're going out. Mr. Bryan responded, no, I didn't know who owned it.
Okay, so he had never spoken with Mr. English.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, did you speak with Bryan regarding hearing from other neighbors who lived in Satilla Shores about thefts?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what did he say about hearing about thefts? And I'm going to point you to page 96, lines 11 through 13, and then 16 through 23. So first, 11 through 13.
I said, okay, have you had any other neighbors talk to you about thefts in the area or issues? Mr. Bryan said, not neighbors talking to me. And then I went, within the last year and a half, let's say year and a half or 2 years. So let's go back to the beginning of 2019. How about that? Mr. Bryan responded, not neighbors talking to me. A couple of times they came into the shop and say, you know, man, something else went missing. They didn't say who, if it was them or what. But you know, stuff has been going missing in the neighborhood.
Okay. And that's line 23, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, during the course of the interview, did you come to find out that Mr. Bryan had surveillance cameras up at his property?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did those cameras face towards the front of the neighborhood, meaning Burford Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, did he say it was okay for you to come by his house and search those cameras and the
Yes,
footage?
he did.
Okay. And what did you do after he said it was okay to do that?
I believe I got a consent form signed.
Okay. Now, was his attorney present for that discussion when you asked him for consent?
Yes.
Okay. So after he told you that you could do that, did you go by the house?
After the conclusion of the interview, we did.
Okay. And who was present for that meeting at the house?
Of course, Mr. Bryan, Mr. Goff, myself, Agent Kelly, and I believe also Mr. Bryan's fiance at the time, Miss Amy Elrod.
Okay. And were you guys able to download anything on that day?
Not at that time while we were there, no.
Okay, why not?
I believe there was, if I remember right, it was password issues and also internet speed issues that were holding us back from being able to get the video then.
Okay. So between you and Agent Kelly, who's the tech person?
Agent Kelly.
Agent Kelly, okay. So is that why Agent Kelly was there with you?
Absolutely.
Okay. At some point later on, were you all able to download that surveillance footage?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, did you also follow up with Mr. Bryan about his cell phone and getting consent to search that cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you get a form, did you get him to sign like a consent form for that?
I believe I did, yes.
Okay.
No objection.
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
Okay. So, Agent Seacrest, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 197. If you can look at it and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what is it?
This is the waiver of constitutional rights to a search warrant of an electronic or cellular device.
Okay, and is it the form that you had Mr. Bryan sign on May 11th, 2020?
Yes, it was.
Okay, does it seem to be altered in any way?
No, ma'am.
At this time, we tender states, is that 198?
197.
197.
No objection.
No objection. Sorry, I can't see.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Thank you. Permission to publish, Judge?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So, Agent Seacrest, I'm just going to have you, are you able to see what's projected?
I can.
Enough to read it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let me try to zoom it in some. I don't break it. Okay, if you can just start from the top, that would be great. Okay. So if you can just read from here on down.
Waiver of constitutional rights to a search warrant of an electronic cellular device. I, William R. Bryan, Jr., having been informed of my constitutional right not to have a search and seizure made of my electronic/cellular device without a search warrant, and of my right to refuse to consent to such a search and seizure, hereby authorize Jason Seacrest/Larry Kelly of the GBI to use an extraction device to obtain information from my electronic/cellular device, including but not limited to any and all information, data, files, memory cards, photographs, videos, text messages, GPS locations, website information, emails, contact numbers, incoming and outgoing phone calls currently located on the below described device, iPhone 8, model MQ6 V2LL/A. I'm giving this written permission to the above named investigator voluntarily and without threats or promises of any kind. I understand that any information derived from this evidence as a result of my consent to this search and seizure without a search warrant can and may be used as evidence against me in any court of law. I also have been provided contact information from the above stated investigator in order for me to withdraw my consent at any time. It is signed by Mr. Bryan. His name is printed below that. The time and date is written as May 11, 2020 at 3:54 p.m.
And whose signature is this?
That is mine.
And what about this one?
I believe that's Agent Kelly's.
Okay. And did you go over this form with Mr. Bryan before he signed it?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he appear to understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, after the May 11th interview, did Mr. Bryan leave freely?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
Okay. And what did you do with this form? Did you contact another agent to get the phone extracted?
Yes, ma'am, Agent Kelly.
Okay. And what's an extraction, just briefly?
We use a device that actually plugs into the phone and just downloads all the information from the phone. It can also include not just information currently on the phone, but if the information has been deleted from the phone, we can sometimes get that information. So it gives us all the content off the phone.
Okay. Now, during that May 11th interview with Mr. Bryan, what, if anything, did you tell him about him being a witness?
In my initial conversation with Mr. Bryan, I identified him as a witness, as it starts off right now. I said that we had a lot of investigative work to do and that we had additional questions that we needed specifics on, and that would be the course of the investigation.
Okay. And then you proceeded to have 2 separate interviews with Mr. Bryan.
2 separate sit-down interviews. That's
Sit-down
correct.
interviews,
Yes.
okay. And did you also do like a reenactment video
Yes,
at
ma'am.
some point?
We did.
Okay. And was that around the Satilla Shores neighborhood?
It was.
Okay. Now, going to your second interview with him, what date was that?
On May 13th, 2020.
Okay, and where was that? Where was the location of that interview?
That was in the same location at the DNR office on Conservation Way in Brunswick.
Okay, and was that video, was that interview also recorded?
Yes, it was.
Have you reviewed that recording in anticipation for your testimony today?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you reviewed the recording, Agent Seacrest, was it a fair and accurate copy of the recording of the video you did, the interview you did with Mr. Bryan?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And in conjunction with that, did you also review a transcript?
I did.
Okay. And did the transcript match up with the interview you did with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any alterations or deletions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to show you this 198A for identification purposes. Tell me if you recognize that.
I do.
What is it?
This is the transcript from the interview with Mr. Bryan on May 13th, 2020.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time we tender states 198 and 198A.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Thank you. And you can just hold on to that. So, same questions about this interview. Was he under arrest? Was Mr. Bryan under arrest at that time when you interviewed him on the 13th?
No, ma'am.
Okay, was he in handcuffs in any way?
He was not.
Was he detained in any way?
No, ma'am.
Who else was present, if anyone,
His
for that
attorney,
interview?
Mr. Goff,
Okay. And how did he get to the location?
on his own.
Okay. Now, remember what time it was when you interviewed him on May 13th?
I believe that one was in the 2 o'clock hour.
It was 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay. If I were to show you a copy of your report that you did to summarize that, would that refresh your recollection?
It would, yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we have that marked as an exhibit for the record.
Which part?
Summary report.
Agent Seacrest, I am showing you what's been marked just for identification as 412, State's Exhibit 412. Look at it and tell me if you know what that is.
Yes, ma'am.
What is it?
This is my report that I wrote regarding my interview with Mr. Bryan on May 13, 2020.
Okay, just look at it silently to yourself and tell me if that refreshes your recollection about the time of the interview.
It does.
Okay, what time was it?
2:35 p.m.
Okay, thank you, I'll take that back. Okay, so did you promise him anything during that interview?
No, ma'am.
Okay, did you make any threats towards him or force him to into any interview with you?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and did you make any promises to Mr. Goff, his attorney?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, did Mr. Bryan appear to be under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
No, ma'am.
Okay, did you explain to Mr. Bryan that he didn't have to talk to you?
I did.
And did he appear to understand that?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
Okay, and did he still go ahead and proceed with the interview?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's get into some of his statements. What did Mr. Bryan say he was doing on the day of the incident when he noticed something was going on?
He was doing some work on his front porch.
Okay, and what did he say caught his attention?
Someone running and the sound of a vehicle engine.
Okay, and did Mr. Bryan say that he was listening to music or something like that?
He did. He was listening to music in his garage, which was on the opposite end of the house from where he was working outside.
Okay, but he could still hear a vehicle engine coming by?
That's correct.
Okay, and he said he saw somebody running as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, did he say he knew what was going on at that time?
He did not.
Okay, I'm going to direct your attention to page 7, lines 24, into page 8, line 6. And if you could just read that, please.
Mr. Bryan said, and for whatever reason, I don't, well, I mean, at that point, I was like, okay, well, he's chasing him in the truck, whoever's in the truck, you know, and I'm figuring, I don't know what's going on at that point, but I'm figuring something's wrong. And I, not really loud, but I said, you got him, you need help, something like that. Nobody could hear me though, I'm sure.
Okay. And what did Mr. Bryan do after that?
He walked over and grabbed his keys.
Okay, and where were his keys?
His keys were in his kitchen, which he accessed through his door in the garage.
Okay. Did you ask Mr. Bryan what made him grab his keys?
I did.
And what did he say? I'm going to direct you to page 8, line 21, into page 9, line 2.
I asked, and why were you going back to your truck? Why were you grabbing your keys? Mr. Bryan responded, I guess just to go see what was going on, if anything needed to be done, if I could help, or whatever. I mean, I didn't know. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know what I was doing.
Okay. So he said he wanted to know if he could help.
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to direct your attention to page 13, lines 18 through 25.
I asked, what was it that made you decide I need to go get my key and get in my truck and see what's going on? Mr. Bryan responded, I really don't know. I said, okay. And then Mr. Bryan said, I can't answer that. I don't know. It just, you know, I'm thinking through my mind that maybe he's done something. The guy running, and I don't know.
Okay. And when he left his house, did he have a cell phone on him?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
Okay. And what, if anything, did Mr. Bryan say about recognizing the truck in question? If you can just read page 9, lines 3 through 14.
Three through 14.
3 through 14.
I said, okay, now real quick, just going to go back. You said you recognized the truck. Mr. Bryan said, uh-huh. I said, where did you recognize? How did you? Why did you recognize the truck? Mr. Bryan responded, I mean, I've seen it in the neighborhood. I mean, at that time, I didn't know exactly why really I recognized it. I said, okay. Mr. Bryan said, I didn't know from what house or if it had, you know, just being in the neighborhood driving around. I didn't really put it together until afterwards.
Okay. did Mr. Bryan ever say that he heard Ahmaud say anything during the chase?
He never heard Ahmaud say anything.
Okay. And did Mr. Bryan ever mention trying to slow down Ahmaud during the chase?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I want to direct you to page 33, line 16 to page 34, line 2. If you can just read that.
Mr. Bryan stated, I figured if I'd slowed him down and got a picture that maybe something would happen in the end other than just him getting away and cops not knowing who he was. I said, so then that kind of makes me want to ask, why did the cops need to know? Mr. Bryan replied, because I figured he had done something wrong. I didn't know for sure. I stated, okay, what made you think he might have done something wrong? Mr. Bryan responded, it was just instinct, man. I don't know.
Okay. So he figured the victim had done something wrong, and it was just instinct that told him that.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
That's what he said. Okay. Now, did Mr. Bryan say that he felt the victim needed to stop running?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I've lost track of how many times we've used the word victim here. I mean, that's the whole point. The jury's going to decide who the victim is here.
I can rephrase.
That's good. Ladies and gentlemen, the court has not banned the use of any words in this court. And what I had, given the facts of this case and the positions of the parties, I'd asked the lawyer simply to use various terms. The witness can use whatever term he wants. And that's what's going on here. So if the state could refer to Mr. Arbery as Mr. Arbery and move on from there.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, Agent Seacrest, did Mr. Bryan say he felt Mr. Arbery needed to stop running?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And why did he feel that? Can you read page 37, line 5 through 10?
Mr. Bryan stated, yeah, I figured he stole something. I didn't know if he had shot somebody. I didn't know what was up. So I asked Mr. Bryan, had you heard any gunshots or anything like that? Mr. Bryan responded, no.
Okay. So Mr. Bryan said that he figured Ahmaud had shot somebody.
Yes, ma'am.
Object. First of all, I asked and answered. Second, I object to the characterization. Mr. Seacrest has already given his testimony about what was said word for word, and I object to the characterization after the fact by the prosecution.
Judge, I'm not characterizing it. It's what he said.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, what the lawyer's asking questions is not testimony. The testimony comes from the witness stand. It's sustained. Go ahead and ask your next question.
Okay. Did you ask Mr. Bryan whether he ever said anything to Ahmaud when he was chasing him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did he say he said anything to Ahmaud?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What, if anything, did Mr. Bryan tell Ahmaud regarding he needed to stop running?
He didn't say anything.
Okay. What, if anything, did Mr. Bryan tell Ahmaud about wanting to talk to him?
Mr. Bryan didn't say anything.
Okay. What, if anything, did Mr. Bryan tell Ahmaud about wanting to arrest him for anything?
Mr. Bryan didn't say anything.
Okay. Now, did Mr. Bryan ever say anything about Ahmaud turning to look at him right before he was shot and killed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I want to turn your attention to page 63, lines 2 through 18. I'm sorry, lines 12 through 18. If you can just read that, please.
Mr. Bryan stated, I think I remember seeing Ahmaud turn around and look towards me, pulling up or either almost pulled. No, I ain't quite stopped yet. I'm still back a good ways, I believe. Yeah, I'm still back a good ways. and then he runs around the right side or right-hand side of the truck, and I figured at this point he's going to cut the corner and go out on Satilla Drive. Is that what it's called?
Okay. And at the point where Ahmaud is near the second truck, did Mr. Bryan ever hear Ahmaud say anything?
No, ma'am.
So he never heard him make any threats or anything like that?
He did not.
Did you ever ask Mr. Bryan if he saw Ahmaud drop anything from his hands during the chase?
I did.
Okay, and what did he say?
He said he didn't see him drop anything.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about your conversation with Mr. Bryan pertaining to Larry English's construction site, okay? Did you ask him if he had seen any of the videos?
I did.
Okay, from that construction site. And what did he say?
He said he had not seen any of the videos.
Okay. Did you ask him if he even knew if the videos existed?
I did.
And what did he say?
He didn't know anything about videos.
Okay. Now, during the course of your investigation, did you learn that Satilla Shores, that the neighbors would communicate with each other on like a Facebook page?
I did.
Okay. Did you ask Mr. Bryan about his knowledge of that Facebook page?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did he say?
He was not a member and was not familiar with that Facebook page.
Okay. Now, did you follow up with Mr. Bryan about his knowledge of thefts in Satilla Shores around the time Ahmaud died?
I did.
Okay. And I want to turn your attention to page 85, lines 21 into page 86, line 21.
I asked, okay, so just to get a clear picture, the only specific thefts at the time of this event that you knew about from what you told me are your trailer. Mr. Bryan responded, uh-huh. Then I stated, your brother-in-law, some stuff out of the bed of your brother-in-law's truck. Mr. Bryan responded, uh-huh. I stated, anything else specific? Mr. Bryan said, specific, no. I had heard that there had been some. And I stated, that's just in general? And Mr. Bryan said, in general. I asked, but no real specific incidents? And Mr. Bryan said, nothing. You know, what was stolen, what house, where, when? I asked, when it happened? Mr. Bryan said, no. I said, what was, none, nothing? Mr. Bryan said, no. I said, only that, hey, there's some folks doing some. And when you talk about break-ins, what are you talking about? People going into houses, busting windows? Mr. Bryan responded, I think I heard a car. I said, car? Okay. Mr. Bryan responded, something about a car one time.
Okay. So he heard about a car one time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Had he heard about any descriptions of the person who was allegedly responsible, person or persons, for any of this stuff?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So he didn't know if it was a black person, white person, Asian person, nothing?
He did not know.
Okay. Now, did you find out during the course of your interview with him that Mr. Bryan also had a Facebook account?
I did.
Okay. And did you ask for his consent to look at that Facebook account?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that when his attorney was still present?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did Mr. Bryan tell you?
He was willing to allow me to download his Facebook account, but the account was deactivated at the time, so we reactivated it so that we could.
So you reactivated it so that you could download it?
That's correct.
Okay. And did that download happen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, after the interview concluded, was that your last time talking to him?
No, ma'am.
Okay. When was the next time?
Immediately after this interview was when we did the drive-through.
Okay. And when you say the drive-through, where drive-through in which neighborhood?
So we did a drive-through reenactment of the February 23rd in Satilla Shores.
Okay. And was that Mr. Bryan's route?
Yes, ma'am.
That pertained to his route?
It was.
Okay. And do you remember about what time you all went out there? Like, was it still light outside?
It was.
Okay. All right. And who all was present?
In the vehicle at the time would have been myself, Mr. Bryan, His attorney, Mr. Goff, and also another GBI agent, special agent in charge, Jamie Steinberg.
Okay. And was that recorded?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Now, Agent Seacrest, were you able to review that recording prior to coming into court today?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it fair and accurate?
It was.
Okay. Did you also review a transcript of that recording?
I did.
Was that transcript fair and accurate?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked for the purpose of identification as states 199A. Can you look at it and tell me what it is?
Yes, ma'am. This is the transcript from the reenactment with Mr. Bryan on May 13, 2020.
Okay. When you reviewed it, were there any alterations or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Okay, at this time we would tender states 199 and 199A.
Oh, no objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Admitted.
You can hold on to that. Now, before you hit record during that kind of reenactment, did anything happen in terms of any kind of preliminary drive-through?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, tell us what happened.
Mr. Bryan was having difficulty remembering the exact path of travel. So there was kind of I guess, a familiarization ride through to kind of get directly down to what the path of travel was before we actually recorded the reenactment.
Okay. But at any time, did you tell Mr. Bryan what to say?
Not at all.
Okay. Now, during your interviews with Mr. Bryan, did you learn from him that the police found some smudges on his truck?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you also learn that those smudges had been lifted from his truck?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you speak with Mr. Bryan about getting fingerprints from him?
Yes, ma'am.
And why?
You get fingerprints from people who are known to use whatever the item is that has the fingerprints on it, to get what we call elimination prints, so that we can compare those to see if they are the person that the property belongs to or not.
Okay. And did he agree to give you fingerprints for that purpose?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did he consult with his attorney before agreeing with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also speak with Amy Elrod about that?
Yes, ma'am.
And did she agree to give fingerprints as well?
She did.
Okay. And was that for the same purpose?
It was.
Okay. So at some point, did you meet with both of them?
Yes, ma'am.
When?
I believe it was the next day on May 14th.
Okay. And what happened when you met with them on that day?
I met them at, I believe it was the hospital parking lot, and we rode to the Glenn County Jail, where a jailer was able to take their fingerprints, and then I took them back to their vehicle.
Okay, so just to be clear, were they under arrest when
They
they
were
went
not.
to that jail?
No,
Okay,
ma'am.
it was just for the purpose of fingerprinting them.
That's correct. That was all pre-planned as far as, the logistics of how that would happen.
Okay, all right. Now, at some point during the course of your investigation, did you ask Mr. Bryan for consent to download the computer system in his truck?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, and what happened? Did he give consent?
He did.
Okay. What, if anything, were you able to find?
Nothing that was pertinent to this investigation.
Okay, and why was that?
So the computers in your vehicles only store certain information for a brief period of time. So most of the data that was relevant to February had already been overwritten by May.
Okay. Are you familiar with a person by the name of Larry English?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how are you familiar with Mr. English?
He's the owner of the house that was under construction where Mr. Arbery was seen on the videos.
Okay. During the course of this investigation, did you meet with Mr. English?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember where that meeting happened?
That meeting happened at his residence in Nichols, Georgia, which is in Coffee County.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that meeting?
purpose of the meeting was to get his statement regarding the investigation and what had occurred, especially to find additional videos that we had seen floating around and to get more context around his involvement and what led up to Mr. Arbery's death.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to May 21st, 2020. Okay. Was there anything noteworthy that happened on that day in terms of the investigation?
Mr. Bryan was arrested.
Okay. And any other warrants?
We did a search warrant of his house, and we also did a search warrant of his phone.
Okay. And were you present for that search warrant execution on his house?
I was.
Okay. Were other agents also present?
Yes, ma'am.
At the time you interviewed Mr. Bryan on May 11th and May 13th, had the video already surfaced? The video of this incident?
Yes, it had.
Okay. And had the McMichaels, had warrants already been signed for their arrests?
Yes.
Okay. Now, during the course of your investigation, did you learn that Mr. Bryan had given previous statements to officers from Glynn County PD?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in preparation for your interview on May 11th and May 13th, did you review those statements?
I did.
Okay. And since those interviews, May 2020, have you reviewed those statements again?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Okay. What, if anything, did you notice in Mr. Bryan's statements to the Glynn County Police Department as it compared to his statements to you?
His statements to the Glynn County Police Department were more direct in his involvement to corral and box in Mr. Arbery during the event. His statements to me minimized his involvement in that process that led to Mr. Arbery's death.
Okay, so we'll just talk about a few instances of that, okay? Were you able to review the transcripts of those statements given to Officer Minshew and Detective Lowry?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Objection here. I'm not sure where the state is going. Is this prosecutor about to ask a witness for his opinions about what other witnesses were told? Is he going to be giving his opinions to the jury about whether he thinks one statement is this and another statement is that, or is he testifying about what he knows? Because I'm trying to figure out how this line of questioning is proper, and I object to it.
Your Honor, both statements to Officer Minshew and Investigator Lowry were tendered, so they're in evidence. I am not about to ask Agent Seacrest about his opinion on the statements. We're just going to go through a couple of the quotes from those statements in comparison to the statements to Agent Seacrest. But quotes, no opinions.
Again, that sounds like a closing argument, which is perfectly fine at its time. But this witness can testify to what this witness knows. And this line of questioning seems designed to put us in a position where we're going to have to make a motion that none of us wants to make.
Your Honor, I don't see how when the statements have come in already. They're in evidence.
That was never the point. It doesn't matter whether they're in evidence or not. The jury's already heard them. The jury will decide whether they're consistent or not. Whether Mr. Seacrest thinks they're consistent or not, that's something for the lawyers to argue. That's not for one witness. You can't call an expert witness to say whether they believe somebody or not. This is highly improper.
Yes, all you're doing is comparing the two statements.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm not going to ask him for his opinion.
But, I mean, if they're both in the record, what? I mean, he's taken one statement, Minshew took the other statement.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, Judge, I think it's completely relevant. I'm not going to go through both statements from front to back again, but I just wanted to pinpoint a couple areas where Mr. Bryan said something completely different to Agent Seacrest versus what he said in here to Officer Minshew and Detective Lowry.
30 years. I've never heard of any such thing. I think maybe we should take this up outside the presence of the jury.
Ladies and gentlemen, why don't you go ahead and take a step into the jury room.
All right, for the jury.
Mr. Goff.
Your Honor, I object. The prosecutors laid this foundation that Mr. Bryan is characterized as changing his statements. That's well and good for a closing argument, but you can't call witnesses for the purpose of challenging credibility of the defendants in that way. Anybody. I have never even heard of such a thing being done in the trial of a criminal case, much less a murder case. You can't have one witness testify as to whether what another witness has been doing or editorializing as to what he thinks that means. He can testify to what he knows. This is highly improper. Highly improper.
And Judge, I'm not asking Agent Seacrest to editorialize anything. I'm going to ask him about specific quotes, not a lot of them, a couple, from each statement, and then ask him what Mr. Bryan said specifically to him on the same subject. That's it. Not to ask him how they differ or, you know.
The objection is the state. He can testify to what his statement was. If the state wants to go ahead and argue differences in the statement, you're welcome to do so as part of the argument. But for him to comment on a statement given to another officer, of course, not going to permit that. So that's sustained. Let me also address since we've got a break here, with the use of the term victim. Let me be very clear, because you mentioned a pre-trial ruling. The court has not implemented a word ban in this case. What I said, and what I think was told to me at the time, was that I generally don't implement word bans, and what I was told was that everybody would be very cognizant of that and understand that that term in this particular case brings a number of issues in. What I was told by the state was there was going to be an attempt to at least reduce the use of that. I sustained the objection because the court saw that as being the term that was being used with this witness. That word ban is still not in place, because I realized after I'd made my ruling it sounded like I'd changed that. That is not the case. The court found under these circumstances that was the term that you were using over and over to describe Mr. Arbery under these circumstances. So I just wanted to clear that up. So the court's ruling, pretrial ruling, has not changed. I just want everybody to be aware of the terminology we're using under the circumstances and facts of this case. So
Yes, Your Honor.
let's go ahead and get the panel.
All right for the jury.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to proceed with the evidence from the state.
Agent Seacrest, what did Mr. Bryan say to you in your interview with him on May 13th regarding the moments when he left his driveway? If you can turn to page 25 of the May 13th statement, lines 18 into page 26, line 19.
Mr. Bryan stated, and, you know, for whatever stupid reason again, I mean, there's going to be some reasons here that I don't understand why I did it. I jumped out in the road from my driveway at about the same time he got there. I asked, so you just, did you like straight out? Mr. Bryan responded, yeah. So I asked, so you didn't go left or right, you just kind of went straight. Mr. Bryan responded, straight, well, maybe a tad to the left. I asked, angled a little bit? Mr. Bryan responded, just a tad. I said, okay, and why did you pull out and angle it to the left like that? Mr. Bryan responded, I guess so I could see. I said, okay, and what did you see? Mr. Bryan responded, and I'm thinking at this point, you know, I mean, it's running through my mind at this point, try to get a picture. I said, okay. Mr. Bryan said, but I hadn't got my phone out, I don't believe at this point. I said, okay. Mr. Bryan responded, all right, what did I see? I seen him run right, straight in front of my truck. I asked, around the hood? Mr. Bryan responded, around the hood, through the ditch.
Okay. So at any point as he's describing going from his driveway to Burford Road, did Mr. Bryan ever say that he tried to force Mr. Arbery into the ditch in front of his house?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did he at any point say he tried to block him?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, did you talk to Mr. Bryan about the circumstances surrounding his belief that Mr. Arbery tried to get into his truck somehow?
I did.
Okay. So I want to turn your attention to page 28, line 20, starting from the word he, into page 29, line 14. And if you can just read that, I'm sorry.
Mr. Bryan said, he was just down there low, not in the road. He comes up out of there at about the time we get around a tree, and we got really close to each other. I pull on past him, and this is another one where I'm really fuzzy at, man. But the only one neighbor that, and at the time I don't remember if I knew his name or not, but there is a neighbor, Tommy, up there, and I angled up into his drive with kind of like a mailbox there. All right. I don't know what the hell I was doing there, all right? Because at about that point I realized I'm in front of him. He's behind me. My windows are down. I said, uh-huh. Mr. Bryan continued, all right, and he's coming. So I backed up to try to get straight, and at that point he's on me. He's coming. He's on me. And I'm just like, man, I got to get out of here. So, I mean, I think I put it in drive or whatever at that point. I'm trying to. And I'm trying to haul ass, and he's on my door with his hands at the door handle. I hit gas, you know, keeping in mind, I'm not trying to swing the boards out the back, you know.
So, in him describing that incident to you, at any point did Mr. Bryan say he tried to corner Ahmaud?
No, ma'am.
At any point did he say he tried to cut him off or he had cut him off real good?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, in your statement, in your interview with him, did you confront Mr. Bryan about using the word block in his previous statement to the police officers versus what he told you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what did he say? And I'll turn your attention to page 26, I'm sorry, page 33. So it starts at line 11. line 11 to line 15 for now.
Okay. I said, were you trying to, because I think in your original statement, and again, I'm not trying to pin you down, I'm just going back because I have to listen to it all. You talk about trying to box him in and do different things. Were you?
Okay, and go ahead and read from line 16 through 19.
Mr. Bryan responded, I figured if I slowed him down and got a picture, that maybe something would happen in the end, other than just him getting away and cops not knowing who he was.
Okay, and go ahead and read to lines 25.
I responded, so then that kind of makes me want to ask, why did the cops need to know? Mr. Bryan responded, because I figured he had done something wrong. I didn't know for sure. I said, okay, what made you think that he might have done something wrong?
And flipping the page, lines 1 and 2.
Mr. Bryan responded, it was just instinct, man. I don't know.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to publish the reenactment video. Permission to publish that? It's been admitted. Yes.
Yep. All right. So I thought I was going to turn.
So Judge, the way we agreed with the defense to play this is on mute with Agent Seacrest narrating.
Say that was my agreement would be incomplete.
That was not your agreement?
Did. You know what? You just go ahead. You go right ahead. I withdraw my objection.
Okay. From St. Michael's?
No objection.
So Agent Seacrest, can you see
I can.
on your screen? Okay, so I'm gonna press play. Where are you right now?
We are sitting in the driveway of Mr. Bryan's residence. We are backed in.
Okay, and that's 307 Burford Road?
That's correct.
Okay, and who is seated in the driver's seat?
I'm in the driver's seat.
And who is seated in the front passenger seat?
Mr. Bryan.
Okay, and who is seated in the back?
On the back seat, we have Mr. Goff and we have Jamie Steinberg.
Okay. So if you could just tell
So-
the jury.
Yeah, he's telling us right now where, as he said, getting in his car and what he's fixing to do. He wants to drive out and he's angling to the left in the direction that they went. And he's saying right around here is where Mr. Arbery pops up. So he's backing up because it surprises him. Doesn't back in quite enough to where when he makes the turn, he's getting close. He says he's about to hit his mailbox, and Mr. Arbery is down in the ditch. And he's running somewhat parallel to the vehicle, to his vehicle.
Okay, so I'm gonna pause.
Mhm.
Do you see the ditch in the
Yes,
video?
ma'am, I can.
Okay, can you step down,
I
please,
can.
just briefly? And don't touch the screen because bad things will happen.
Okay.
But if you can just point to the general direction, there's a pointer right there to your right if you want to use that.
And don't touch the screen.
Don't touch the screen.
You can see the ditch right through here. That's almost like a little, I think might be a little footbridge right there over it.
Okay.
And the ditch is running right through here.
Okay, thank you. Have a seat. Let me know when you're ready. Good?
I'm ready.
Okay.
He's explaining that Mr. Arbery is down in the ditch, maybe not quite in the water, but he's down that ditch that way. He's going to start coming up and still kind of running parallel. They're coming up to a tree right here where you can see a sign. I think it's maybe a realtor sign. As they're coming up, he's expecting Mr. Arbery to go maybe around the tree, the other direction, but he ends up coming, sorry, not this tree, this next tree. He's coming up, he's thinking Mr. Arbery is going to go to the left of the tree, but Mr. Arbery actually goes to the right of the tree, so they're right there close to each other at this tree right here. So Mr. Arbery is between the tree on his left and his truck on the right. As they come up, he pushes ahead at this point. He gets ahead of Mr. Arbery, and as he comes into this driveway, he actually angles off, and that's where he was trying to stop his movement. He was trying.
Okay, sorry. Now, in this actual reenactment, did Mr. Bryan ever say that at this point he tried to corner Mr. Arbery?
No, ma'am, he did not.
Did he say he tried to block him?
He did not.
Okay.
He is angling off into Mr. Arbery's direction and Mr. Arbery's path of travel. At this point, he says his window's down. He realizes that he's put himself in a bad position, and he starts to back up. And it's somewhere in that time frame where the contact is made between Mr. Arbery and the vehicle. Whether or not Mr. Arbery is reaching for the door handle or whether he's just touching the truck, that's where the contact is made. And Mr. Bryan said he was worried at this point, so he put the vehicle in drive, and that's when he took off ahead of Mr. Arbery again. Here he's turning off of Burford onto Satilla Shores, or Satilla Drive.
Okay, so is that this road right here?
Yes, ma'am, it is. We've just passed Holmes Road, and he, at this point, stops, backs up as Mr. Arbery makes the turn down Holmes Road. At this point, Mr. Arbery is ahead, and Mr. Bryan is essentially chasing Mr. Arbery down Holmes Road.
Is this Holmes Road right here?
Yes, ma'am. As we get down the road here, you're going to see I think you'll be able to see a brightly colored mailbox. I believe at the time it was blue. And that was an important marker because that was where the video that he took on February 23rd began. You could see the actual brightly colored mailbox.
Okay.
So it was
Are we able to see the mailbox right now?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is it this one right here?
Through my dirty windshield, yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay.
So we paused. He confirms he's on the left side of the road at that time when the video starts. You actually see at this point in the video, and that's what we're talking about, is you see Mr. Arbery, I think he was briefly running away and then comes running back towards Mr. Bryan in the video. Mr. Bryan believed that Mr. Arbery ran down his passenger side, I believe.
Okay, so at this point, is Mr. Bryan still driving on the wrong side of the road?
Yes, ma'am. We're discussing just different angles and where things were coming and going, and referencing back to the actual video that he took in February. He's told me somewhere at that point, after Mr. Arbery passed him, that he had gotten back over onto the right side of the road. Now, during this portion of the actual video on the day of the incident in February, he had dropped the phone, so or put it on his lap, I think was what it was. So he's telling us what happened here, and he's saying how he went down a little bit farther. Now, the mailbox you see right there on the right side with the driveway, that's actually another marker that we can kind of identify from the actual video on the day of the incident.
Which one?
Yep, right there to the right. Okay. That black mailbox and driveway is something it looks like fresher concrete. You just tell with the, I guess the landscaping kind of you can identify it in the video. He drives past that, and at some point he decides to turn around and basically does like a 3-point turn where he's talking about on the video, you can hear maybe his tires trying to catch on gravel, and he's showing me where one of two spots he likely, pulled over to the left, backed in, and then pulled back out to the left to go back the direction that Mr. Arbery came, back to the intersection of Holmes Road and Satilla Drive.
So at this point, where's Mr. Arbery?
Mr.
Which
Arbery
direction?
is going to be, well, if you're looking at it from my truck, he's going to be to the left, which is close to the intersection of where the incident occurred, basically.
So going back towards the intersection?
That's correct. And here, if you pause right here, this is where we know that the video where he picked up at because of that driveway. And in the video, we're talking about, you can see the curve of the road and trying to figure out, where he was in the road. He says he's kind of center of the road. We're going around, and at which point he actually sees Mr. Arbery. And we're determining where it was that he stopped at when he actually finally stopped and finished taking the video. We're inching up to the spot where he thinks he was. If you see the stop sign there, you can see the intersection. That's the intersection of where the incident occurred.
Okay. And does he essentially stop?
Yes, ma'am.
Right there?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Agent Seacrest, throughout that entire reenactment video with Mr. Bryan, did he ever once say that he tried to angle at Mr. Arbery?
We're calling saying angle at Mr. Arbery, no.
Okay. Did he ever say that he tried to block Mr. Arbery in?
No, ma'am.
That he tried to corner him at any time?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So none of that was said on that video?
That's correct.
Now, may I approach, Judge?
Yes.
Okay. So Agent Seacrest, I'm going to show you what's been marked for the purposes of identification as State's Exhibit 303. Go ahead and look at it and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What is it?
This is I guess a map from Google Earth that was created based on Mr. Bryan's statements of his path of travel in the Satilla Shores neighborhood when the incident occurred.
Okay, and was that created by GBI?
Yes, ma'am, it
Okay.
was.
Is it fair and accurate?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
At this time, we tender 303.
No objection.
No objection. Submitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay.
We're discovering there's about 3 people in the world that can run this thing. One is Mr. Sheffield, one is Ms. Donikowski.
Thank you. Okay. Agent Seacrest, can you see this clearly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Turn it just like that. And can you step down, please?
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so remember, don't touch the screen. So go ahead and describe to us what we're looking at here on 303.
Okay. What we have is, again, the Satilla Shores neighborhood. You're looking at Satilla Shores. Satilla Shores or Satilla Drive is right here.
Okay.
This drive right here actually comes down here, I believe. This is Burford, right here. This is Holmes, and then this is Zellwood.
Okay.
Highway 17 is going to be up here.
Okay. What is this that we're seeing right here?
That's Mr. English's residence.
Okay. And what is this one?
That's the McMichael residence.
Okay. And just go ahead and show us, what is this one?
That's Mr. Bryan's house.
Okay. So go ahead and just explain the route.
Sure. As you saw in the video, Mr. Bryan's house is right here. He pulls out and eventually turns right out of his residence and comes down here towards Satilla Drive. You see this little part that pulls up on Satilla? That's where he pauses and then backs up down to here before he drives forward onto Holmes. And when he's going down Holmes is when he's initially behind Mr. Arbery. At some point in here would be where Mr. Arbery turns around and comes back towards the intersection while Mr. Bryan continues down somewhere here before he then turns around back to the intersection where the incident occurred.
Okay. And that is based on the reenactment video, what Mr. Bryan told you
Yes, ma'am.
months after the incident actually happened.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. You can have a seat. So, Agent Seacrest, remember we talked about the surveillance system
Yes,
at
ma'am.
Mr. Bryan's house? Now, you said Agent Kelly was there with you when you all were trying to download that?
That's correct.
Okay, and was he the one who actually did the form for that one?
I believe he did, yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. That is all I have for you. Thank you. The defense might have some questions for you, okay?
Sorry, this could take a while. I need a bathroom break.
Ladies and gentlemen, why don't we take a 15-minute recess, sort of mid-afternoon, and we'll get back into the evidence. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
All right, Agent, you can go ahead and step down. If you could please be back within about 10 minutes to be ready to go. I remind you, you're under oath. Please do not discuss your testimony with anybody. Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, we're in recess for 15 minutes. All right, we've got the defendants represented by counsel. Got the witness back on the stand. Mr. Goff, are you ready to proceed?
I believe so, Your Honor.
All right. I remind you are under oath. Let's go ahead and get the panel.
All rise for the jury, please. Please be seated.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to go ahead and proceed with the evidence. Mr. Goff.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Agent Sechrist.
Good afternoon.
Now, do I recall correctly that it was you who called Roddy Bryan
When?
initially? You reached out to Mr. Bryan.
I did. I knocked on his door.
It wasn't Mr. Bryan looking for the spotlight.
That's correct.
And is it fair to say at this point that you needed his cooperation?
I desired his cooperation, yes.
Okay. You wanted it. You wanted his cooperation.
Sure.
And that's because under Georgia law, witnesses are not required to talk to you.
No one is required to talk to me.
Because you are not a federal agent.
I'm sorry?
You're not a federal agent. You're a GBI agent.
That's correct.
And you don't have the power to compel witnesses to speak to you.
That's correct.
So they do it voluntarily.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, Mr. Bryan had already given several statements to the Glenn County Police Department, had he not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he'd already given the Glenn County Police Department his cell phone several times. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But the first thing that you need to do is you need to secure his cell phone again. That's your first mission, is to secure his cell phone.
My first mission?
Yes, sir. There was a lot of controversy surrounding this now famous video, wasn't there?
Controversy. I don't know about controversy as far as the video. There was. People did not like what the video showed, for sure.
For sure. And there was a lot of speculation out there about the video.
And I'm going to object to any speculation, Judge.
Oh, I'm not asking him to provide details. I'm just asking whether he'll acknowledge that there was a need for the GBI to obtain that cell phone.
Go ahead.
Was there a need?
Yes, sir.
There was.
Okay. In fact, as it turned out, there was another important video in this case, or set of videos, were there not?
If you're referring to the videos at his house, yes, sir.
The Night Owl videos.
That's correct.
Somehow, in their exhaustive investigation, the Glenn County Police Department, for whatever reason, did not obtain those videos.
That's correct.
And you were unaware of the existence of those videos until Mr. Roddy Bryan brought them to your attention.
Yes, sir.
Now, directing your attention to May 11th, did you tell Roddy Bryan that the past week had probably been one of the worst of his life?
Yes, sir.
And he agreed with you?
That's correct.
I believe you've already testified that the McMichael defendants had been arrested.
That's correct.
The GBI director, Vic Reynolds, had given a press conference, and your
And I'm
agency...
going to object to anything from the press conference, Judge. That's hearsay.
I have no intention of going into the contents of the press conference. But your boss, former Cobb County DA Vic Reynolds, at that time GBI director, had actually given a press conference in this case.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
You were physically present when he did so.
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. And whether you were present, you were aware that there was a press release.
Yeah, I'm aware there were press releases going on.
And when you were speaking with Mr. Bryan, what you described as media and quote-unquote other entities were blowing the situation up even more.
Objection to relevance, Your Honor, in terms of the relevance of what Agent Seacrest thought about the media.
Based on the conversations we had yesterday outside the presence of the jury, I thought the import of this line of questioning was clear.
If you're asking the court that, no.
Okay.
So,
Well, I'm at the court's direction, but the circumstances surrounding under which statements are made is relevant to their admissibility.
okay. So ask your question again.
Did you describe when you spoke with Mr. Bryan the media and quote-unquote other entities quote-unquote blowing it up even more? Directing your attention to page 12 of the transcript.
And Judge, I'll renew my objection.
Yeah, let's see where this is going. Go ahead.
Page
Refresh
12.
your memory to look at page 12 of the
Yes,
transcript.
sir. On which transcript?
The 511.
Okay.
And at any point in time, if you're not sure what I'm asking you about, don't hesitate to let me know.
Thank you. Yes, that's correct.
All right. And you noted that the media was already parked out front of Mr. Bryan's residence when you first attempted to make contact with him.
Your Honor, again, relevance.
Yeah, look, go ahead.
Yes, the media was there.
And that media craze only got worse in the days to follow.
The media was present.
Okay. And again on 5/13, 2 days later, when you speak with Mr. Bryan again, you acknowledge that the past 2 days have been, quote, difficult for Mr. Bryan, unquote.
Yes, sir.
Because there's even more media now.
Is that a quote?
I don't think that's a quote. But there were more media.
I'm sorry, you're asking me a question?
I'll move on. You discussed with Mr. Bryan the march through his neighborhood. Page 139 on your 513 transcript.
I do recall that.
You sympathize with unusual activity in the neighborhood.
Yes, sir.
You've previously agreed that in the context of this interview in May of 2020, that this was a neighborhood on edge.
That's correct.
And by this time, Mr. Bryan fears for his own personal safety, and that of his family.
Objection to speculation.
Directing your attention to page 142 of what I believe is the JVD transcript.
The which transcript?
The transcript on his prior testimony in this trial.
Why don't you give her a date? Let's zero everybody in.
Fair enough.
Volume 1 of the proceedings of May 13, 2021. Do you have that transcript, sir?
Not here on the stand with me, no, sir.
I think I have an extra copy. It's an excerpt of your testimony.
Okay, thank you. What page?
Directing your page to 2.
I'm sorry, which statement, which part of it?
Page 142, lines 3 through 7.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall being asked whether Mr. Bryan and his fiancée related multiple occasions, incidents that gave them concern for their personal safety?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall Mr. Bryan's fiancée, Amy, giving you a threatening letter that she pulled out of her mailbox?
Hearsay, Judge. Anything in that letter is hearsay and relevance as to Amy Elrod.
I'll
Who's not a
rephrase.
party in this case.
I'll rephrase. In the presence of Roddy Bryan, did his fiancée, Amy Elrod, give you a letter that she pulled out of her mailbox?
Same objection, Your Honor. I don't know if there's any
It's
evidence.
certainly not hearsay. We haven't gone into the contents of the
Yeah,
letter.
and what's the relevance of it? Is there any evidence that Mr. Bryan read the letter? I mean, what?
I'll rephrase. Did Mr. Bryan ask you to do something to help protect him?
I don't recall that directly. I
You
know
did-
there were general concerns about his personal safety,
Yes, sir.
and there were multiple conversations about it.
Is it fair to say that Mr. Bryan was very much concerned about speaking with you at this time?
Objection to speculation, Your Honor.
I'll rephrase. Would you describe Mr. Bryan as scared?
Not of me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean scared of you, but scared generally.
Because of the situation in the neighborhood, yes, sir.
Okay. And you still need his help.
I would like his assistance, yes.
And the last thing you want Mr. Bryan to do is freak out.
I don't want anybody to freak out.
You certainly don't want him to shut down because you want his help.
I'd like to get statements from anybody involved in an investigation.
Okay. Sir, I'm going to direct your attention to the bottom of page, the bottom half of page, I'm sorry, the bottom 2/3 of page 3 of the transcript, the 511 transcript. We got approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you an enlargement of page 3 of that transcript, that portion.
Is there an exhibit number?
No, this is not marked for the exhibit. The full transcript is already an exhibit, correct? Do you recall that conversation?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. Can you read that conversation to me?
From the ones you handed to me?
Yeah, or you can read the smaller print on the document, either way.
I stated, I do appreciate you. You said you would call me back, and you did. And you said you wanted to talk, and you are. I appreciate that. I want to tell you thank you. Like I told, and Mr. Goff said, Kevin, and I responded, Kevin, yeah, it takes me a second sometimes. You know, at this point, you're a witness, you know. That's kind of what we've developed, or I shouldn't say developed, but determined by listening to all the evidence and the statements and watching videos. There are things that that we have questions on, and that we'd like to I guess be a little more specific than what we've been able to see, you know. But I do appreciate you coming in.
And that is what you said?
Yes, sir, that is what I said at that point in time.
Help? It was important for you to let Mr. Bryan know that he was a witness in this matter.
It was important for him to know that I appreciated him calling me back like he said he would after my initial contact with him. It was important that he know what his role was at this point in time. And I wanted him to understand that I was looking at this objectively from a fresh set of eyes and not going strictly off what Glenn County Police Department had relayed.
Now, when you told him that you had reviewed the previous statements to the Glenn County Police Department and the other evidence in the case, you weren't lying to him, were you?
I was not.
You did actually. You had all that information available to you.
Yes, sir.
And you know that the Glenn County Police Department had referred to him as a witness.
I don't recall that specifically, but if it's in there, it's in there.
Okay. Well, you reviewed their case file.
I did, in pieces, I would say.
And when you became involved in this case, the Glenn County Police Department listed him as a witness.
Asked and answered.
I don't think so, but I'll defer to the court.
Yeah, I think, yeah, go ahead. If he knows, go ahead.
The Glenn County Police Department had identified him as a witness in this matter.
I don't recall.
Okay, fair enough. But you told him that he was a witness.
I told him at that point in time.
Which would be consistent, as far as you know, with everything he had been led to believe.
Objection to speculation as far as what Mr. Bryan was led to believe.
I'll move on. You had Mr. Bryan execute a consent form, I believe. Now, Coach Winshaw? Yes. I'm showing you what's been marked State's Exhibit 197. Thank you. I believe you read that to the jury earlier.
Yes, sir, I did.
Where in there does it tell Mr. Bryan what he's under investigation for?
It doesn't.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
I would add, though, that he knew what the investigation was about, being as the whole case was around Ahmaud Arbery and his death.
Well, we'll come back to that. Maybe I slept through it earlier, but where was the Miranda form that you used on this occasion?
He was not under arrest. Miranda is only required when somebody's being questioned while they're in custody. At no time was Mr. Bryan in custody during these questioning. As a matter of fact, he was advised from the beginning that he was free to leave and that he was free to stop talking at any time, to which Mr. Goff was present during those conversations.
Well, let's be clear. You were under no legal obligation to give Mr. Bryan Miranda rights, but you could have.
There's no reason to.
But you could have.
I could do a lot of things, but there's no reason to read him Miranda if he is not in custody or there's no chance of him being put into custody at that time.
You've never Mirandized somebody who wasn't in custody?
I do a lot of different things depending on an investigation. The statutes and case law gives us parameters for which we have to work through. What I do in one case may be different than another based on the circumstances of that case. There's no straight cookie cutter approach to this. The point is to always get the information that's needed in the investigation so that you can make a reasonable decision on charges should they be made or not.
But in this case, there was a specific reason why you did not Mirandize Mr. Bryan.
That's correct, because he was not in custody.
When you fill out a Miranda form, are you not required to tell the subject what you're investigating them for?
No, sir.
No? You don't do that?
Objection to relevance of a Miranda form, Judge, when we've already established that a Miranda form was not given in this case.
With all respect, the credibility of all witnesses is a matter for the jury, even police
It's
officers.
sustained. He's already said he didn't Mirandize.
All right. You never used the terms citizen arrest in this conversation, any of these interviews.
Neither myself or Mr. Bryan discussed citizen arrest. No, sir.
Okay. You discussed other legal concepts, did you not?
Which ones?
Such as self-defense.
I don't recall that specifically. Do you have a reference?
No, no, you don't recall that at all.
If you have a reference, to refresh my memory, but I don't recall that specifically.
Well, we'll circle back to that. You did discuss whether Mr. Bryan was scared on the side of the road.
Again, do you have a specific reference?
Did you discuss whether Mr. Bryan took defensive action to pull away from Mr. Arbery when he felt Mr. Arbery was trying to get in his truck? Did you not testify to that earlier today?
Not in relation to self-defense, but in relation to the series of events that occurred prior to Mr. Arbery's death, then yes, we discussed that.
All right. Now, shortly into the interview, concern became apparent as to what your intentions were, did it not?
Concern for who?
There was concern on the part of Mr. Bryan as to what your intentions were.
Objection to speculation about concern of Mr. Bryan.
No, we don't have to speculate, Your Honor.
Let's rephrase.
Directing your attention to page 21 of the transcript.
Which transcript?
The 511 transcript. 18 pages. After this colloquy on page 3. Did you get a chance to review page 21?
Is there a certain area that you want me to, that you're referencing?
Tell us about the part where the interview stops. Matter of fact, you just go. I don't have line numbers on my copy.
Okay.
But from the part where it says, okay, I'll step outside a minute.
Okay. In the beginning, I guess to give some context, in the beginning of this interview, Mr. Goff had even reminded Mr. Bryan, while I was telling him about the voluntariness of the interview, Mr. Goff reminded him that at any point we could pause the interview so that Mr. Bryan could confer with his attorney on any questions he may have. And that's, I think, what is occurring right here. Mr. Bryan starts off on this page stating, he asked me, and I don't exactly remember right now what exactly he said, other than he was just saying that.
Objection, Judge, may we approach?
That wasn't me.
Well, you directed him to it.
No, I directed him to the break in the conversation.
May we approach, Your Honor?
directing your attention to line 4. Well, it's the 4th line. I know there are no line numbers, but line 4. How does this part of the conversation begin?
I stated, okay, I'll step outside a minute.
And then who says what next?
Mr. Goff says, no, you step outside, or I'm sorry, not you step outside, we'll step outside. And Mr. Bryan said, yeah, I was going to step outside. And I said, yeah, that's fine, Roddy, have a seat.
And then what do I say?
Mr. Goff says, right, you stay, we're stepping out.
And Mr. Bryan says?
Okay.
And then you say?
No, you're good, you're good.
And then I say?
We're stepping out, okay.
And then you and I stepped out?
That's correct.
And when we came back in, what did you tell Mr. Bryan?
I know not everybody talks to the police every day, and I know this is a very stressful situation, but you know, we're going to be okay here.
And Mr. Bryan says?
Okay.
Okay. And then you say?
All right, we're going to be okay. I mean, nothing has changed. When we're done here, you're going home, okay?
And Mr. Bryan said?
Okay.
Because he's just a witness.
I believe that our question or our conversation outside was to Roddy's nervousness about talking to police and his trouble recalling events. And I believe you were speaking for your client as to his ability to recall events.
Because it's an issue. It's an issue when you're dealing with him that day.
I don't remember it being as much of an issue for him as it was for you.
Really? Okay. All right. Now, on May 11th, Mr. Bryan gave you an hour-plus interview, did he not?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Hour and 15?
Something like that.
No, on May 13th, he comes back and gives you a 2-hour interview?
That's correct.
And he speaks with you in his home, does he not?
The May 13th interview for 2 hours?
In addition to the 2-hour interview at the DNR headquarters, he invites you into his home and meets with you in his home.
That's correct. After discussions with you, it was advised that we could go to his home. I believe that was to download the Night Owl camera system. It was not an interview. It was a matter of gathering evidence.
And you spoke with him out in the front yard.
Not about the facts of the case as much as it was the, again, the logistics of the video and everything else.
And you're speaking with him down when you're getting his fingerprints.
After you and I had already had a conversation where I had promised I wouldn't ask any questions about the case during that time because you weren't present.
Because you had built a relationship of trust with Mr. Bryan.
Which I try to do with all of my witnesses and all of my people that I discuss with cases, whether it be subjects, whether it be witnesses, to the point where I've gotten text messages thanking me from people that I've arrested because I've treated them fairly.
And in case it wasn't clear earlier, in all these interviews that transpire over several hours, you're discussing a lot of different subjects.
Yes.
Path of travel is only one of those.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Path of travel, the video, the now famous video, that's one of the subjects of those conversations.
You mean the recorded interview conversations?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you're not grilling Mr. Bryan for 2 hours at a time, an hour and a half at a time about this one subject.
No, these interviews are very conversational in nature about the events that happened on that day, before and after.
And it was through no fault of yours, but Mr. Bryan nevertheless had trouble articulating what was going on that day.
No, sir.
He did it?
You said it was no fault of mine.
It was no fault of yours. You were trying to work with him.
I was working with him, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, on May 11th and May 13th, did Mr. Bryan appear at any time to be mentally unstable?
No, sir.
Did he appear to be under the influence of alcohol, drugs, or other intoxicants?
No, sir.
Was Mr. Bryan loud or boisterous?
No, sir.
Did he come across to you as gleeful or bragging or boastful?
No, sir.
Did he strike you as someone seeking attention, seeking the spotlight?
No, sir.
Did Mr. Bryan drop F-bombs or otherwise use profanity when you were talking to him?
No, sir.
Was Mr. Bryan in any way disrespectful to you?
He was not.
Okay. Now, there are times in the transcript where you and Mr. Bryan are discussing the deceased in this case.
That's
Mr.
correct.
Arbery, by his first name.
That's correct.
Okay. In doing so, you didn't mean any disrespect.
I don't see that as disrespectful.
Okay. And certainly when Mr. Arbery said his name, you didn't take that as a disrespect towards Mr. Arbery.
When Mr. Arbery said his name?
When Mr. Bryan said Mr. Arbery's first name, you didn't take that as a sign of disrespect.
No, sir.
Did you ask Mr. Bryan how far he got in school on either May 11th or May 13th?
Not to my recollection, but I think he did tell me that he graduated from Brunswick, if I remember correctly.
Did you ask him whether he had any learning disabilities?
No, sir.
Did you ask him whether he could read and write the English language?
I don't recall specifically if I asked that one.
You don't recall him replying most of it?
I do recall that. Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Bryan never denied following Mr. Arbery, did he?
That's correct.
And while he might not have used the word, Mr. Bryan never denied angling his vehicle ahead of Mr. Arbery.
He never denied angling his vehicle in that direction. His choice of words changed drastically from the point of the Glenn County interview to the point of his interview with me.
I'm sorry, did I ask you whether he changed his wording, or did I ask you whether he denied angling his vehicle in front of Mr. Arbery?
Objection, Your Honor. The witness is allowed to explain his answer, which I believe is what he just said.
What a witness does is answer yes or no, and then they can explain.
Why don't you state your question again? Go ahead.
Roddy Bryan never denied during his interview with you that he angled his vehicle ahead of Mr. Arbery.
That's correct. He never denied. He just changed the descriptive words that he used in his involvement in the incident that day.
Didn't you just tell the jury when the district attorney was playing this reenactment? Didn't you just tell this jury, as you pull the truck in where the driveway is in the ditch, didn't you just show them on the video him angling and say that he did that? You just didn't use the word.
Yes, sir. He said that he did that during the reenactment video with me, but the wording was different than his explanation when he was interviewed by the Glenn County Police Department.
But based on your video, whether he used the same words or not, he conveyed the same meaning.
He conveyed the same meaning with different intent.
You know what's in Mr. Bryan's mind?
I don't know what's in his mind, but the use of the English language and the words can give some insight into a person's intent.
Are you trying to speculate as to what was in Mr. Bryan's mind?
I'm not speculating in what is in his mind. I guess I would be explaining what the meaning that I took to those words and what I would say as a general meaning to those words.
Okay. Roddy Bryan never denied cutting in ahead of Mr. Arbery, did he?
At which point?
At any point. In your conversation with him, did he ever deny cutting in ahead of Mr. Arbery?
No, he was factually correct in his movements that day during his interview with me.
Okay. Now, beyond that, what you're really doing in this video and this narrative you've just given the jury is you're largely speculating, aren't you?
About?
What happened?
I'm giving insight on what I was told that had happened on the day of the incident.
Okay. Was that Mr. Bryan's testimony, the words you were using when the video was playing, or was that your spin on it?
That would be me paraphrasing what Mr. Bryan told me during that reenactment video.
Mr. Bryan let you know that he didn't think he could do this.
Do the reenactment video?
Mr. Bryan let you know many times that he was struggling to remember events 2.5 months later.
Which is not uncommon for anybody that has to recall events afterwards. But it doesn't stop me from being able to ask the questions. That's my job as an investigator.
Because you needed this reenactment video.
Actually, you offered the video prior to the interview. You referenced that Mr. Bryan had a hard time remembering the path of travel in a narrative format, and that he was willing to take that path of travel after the interview.
So you took that as the green light to put words in Mr. Bryan's mouth.
I never put words in Mr. Bryan's mouth.
One moment, John. We're making sure we're looking at the same thing. Yes. Sir, is it fair to say that what you did on May 13th in that car was a rehearsal before you recorded it?
I'm sorry, repeat that question?
You rehearsed this video with Mr. Bryan before you recorded it.
Yes, there was a discussion as far as Mr. Bryan's ability to recall exactly what happened. So we did refresh the events prior to actually doing the recording.
So it was practiced. You did a practice run before you turned the video on.
It was a run to refresh his memory because he was having a hard time with the path of travel.
May I show you the investigative summary you prepared?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Your investigative summary indicates that...
Objection to hearsay, Your Honor, from the summary. If he's trying to refresh his recollection, then that's one thing, but not read from the actual document.
Have you refreshed your recollection now?
I don't believe the witness ever said that he couldn't remember anything.
I'll rephrase. In your written summary, you acknowledge the difficulty Mr. Bryan had in determining his path of travel 2.5 months later.
Yes, just like I stated earlier, he needed an opportunity to refresh his memory.
And it was only after you refreshed his memory that the video was turned on.
I did not refresh his memory. It was impossible for me to refresh Mr. Bryan's memory. I was not there on February 23rd. I could only go off the statements that Mr. Bryan provided.
Oh, but it was possible for you to refresh his memory, wasn't it?
Objection to ask and answer, Your Honor.
I'll rephrase. Mr. Bryan has repeatedly said he's having trouble recalling the events of that day, and in all the times that you met with him, and all the times he expressed difficulty, did you ever once offer to show him a copy of his own statement?
No, sir.
You had both of his statements from the Glenn County Police Department at that time, right? You had the video and the transcript. I'm sorry, you had the videos. Okay. Did you, you've indicated you reviewed them. Did you ever once give Mr. Bryan an opportunity to review what he said 2.5 months earlier?
It wouldn't be standard to have somebody review their statement after the fact. The whole point of the GBI coming in to do another investigation of this incident was to try to start the investigative process from the beginning and basically get a fresh start. I wanted Mr. Bryan's statement from his recollection right then, and I could compare it to what he had said earlier and try to determine if there were discrepancies based off memory issues or if there were discrepancies based off of, I'll call it ill intent.
Where in your 5-page written summary do you ever reference Roddy Bryan attempting to run over Mr. Arbery with his truck?
I don't think it's in there.
Would you like to review it?
It's right here, this one?
Yeah.
I don't believe it's in there.
Okay. To be fair, you weren't investigating Roddy Bryan for an aggravated assault with a motor vehicle, were you?
I was investigating Roddy's involvement in the death of Ahmaud Arbery.
Well, certainly if he had told you that he tried to run Mr. Arbery over with his truck, that would have changed the character of your investigation.
Not necessarily.
Okay. You certainly would have included it in your 5-page summary, wouldn't you?
That's correct.
Because other agents for the GBI and your supervisors are looking at these things as they come in, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you previously testified about an incident where Mr. Arbery, from Mr. Bryan's perspective, appears to be getting in the vehicle.
That's correct.
Or trying.
Yes, sir.
And in fact, he expressed a fear to you later that he was going to try again.
That sounds familiar. Yes, sir.
Directing your attention to page 54 of what I believe is the May 13th transcript.
You said 54?
Page 54.
Okay.
Directing your attention to the middle, where Mr. Bryan begins with, well, at first. He tells you he's trying to get out of the way. 10th line down.
Yes, sir.
Now, he's trying to get out of the way. He says, I mean, for a split second, he says, oh my God, he's coming back at me. You
Yes.
recall that?
Yes, that's right before he continued following Mr. Arbery towards the intersection of Satilla and Holmes.
Yes. So he's telling you that I'm trying to stay as far back as I can from this dude.
Yes, but he had also turned around he was already going away from Mr. Arbery, and he had turned around to come back and follow him.
And when he turned around, and I got that video, that split second, then he's coming back at me, and I'm like, oh, expletive, excuse me, again.
Right.
I don't want to use that 4-letter word.
I understand. Yes, right before he continues following him. Yes, sir.
So he says, and I started kind of evasive action, and I dropped the phone. Is that what he said?
Yes, sir.
in your testimony today, you omitted a key portion of his statement, did you not? You don't know what I'm talking about. Directing your attention to page 40.
Of May 13th?
Yes. We would May 13th. Do you recall Mr. Bryan specifically telling you that he never intended to strike Mr. Arbery?
On page 40?
I'm sorry, the top of page 41. What's your question for Mr. Bryan? Top of page 41.
I asked him, so, all right, so you never intentionally tried to run him off the road? Mr. Bryan says no. And I think this is referring to the time when he was trying to cut him off in the driveway. And so he's saying that he wasn't trying to actually run him over or hit him.
And actually, you're following up on what he's told you on page 38, where he told you that he got over in his path, but he was too far in front of Mr. Arbery to be a threat to him.
Page 38?
Yes, sir.
Too far in front of him to be running him off the road. That's correct.
Well, technically, if Mr. Arbery didn't stop running, he would have run into Mr. Bryan's truck.
Objection, Judge. Is there a question in there? And it's speculation.
In the context, Mr. Bryan's not denying that he attempted to block his path of travel. He's just pointing out to you that he was a good distance in front of him when he did that.
Objection to compound question, Your Honor.
You can break it down, or if the witness can try and answer that.
If he will, he will. If he won't, I'll rephrase.
Can you repeat it?
Mr. Bryan has acknowledged attempting to block Mr. Arbery's path of travel, but he's told you at page 38 that when he does that, he's sufficiently far in front of him that he's not threatening Mr. Arbery with his vehicle.
That's correct. He's saying that he is trying to stop his movement, but that he's too far in front to make contact. That's correct.
Now, we've discussed in generality Mr. Bryan's struggles reviewing the events of that day. Now I've got some more specific questions, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take you out there. You're going to need that May 13th transcript again, probably. Okay? Mr. Bryan told you that it had been 2.5 months since this incident. That's page 3.
That's correct.
But he promises to do his best, doesn't he?
He says, I'll give you what I can recall.
All right. As far as what took place in front of his house, he tells you it all happened pretty quick, does he not? Page 6.
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay. But now, you've already decided that you're going to direct the conversation, have you not? Directing your attention back to page 3. You agreed to, quote unquote, direct Roddy Bryan through what happened.
Where are you at?
Page 3 of your 513
Yes, sir.
transcript. You use the words, direct Mr. Bryan.
I'm trying to find it. Give me just a second.
I thought I was looking at the May 13th.
Okay, that's what you're asking him to look at?
Yes.
Okay.
I think that's in reference to, let me see. Conversations that you and I had, and I tried to ask open-ended questions to get responses, and it was advised that I probably needed to be a little bit more direct in the questioning to give him guidance on what I was wanting to discuss.
Well, let's be clear. You're not trying to trick Mr. Bryan here. You're simply trying to get the information.
That's correct.
But to do that, you have to direct him.
I have to ask direct questions, but again, a lot of that is based on conversations that Mr. Nagolf and I had regarding Roddy's ability to respond and understand open-ended questions as it related to the things that I was looking to ask about. So I believe you even referenced being more direct with him.
Because, as Mr. Bryan explained to you at page 22, it is hard for him to explain what happened out there.
You're talking about the bottom of the page?
I believe so.
Well, it says, what it actually says is, well, this is going to be hard to explain without kind of really showing you.
Mr. Bryan is telling you he can't put it into words.
Yes, like I explained earlier, Mr. Bryan had a hard time describing things in a narrative format when it came to the path of travel, but that's why he was willing to go afterwards and actually do the drive-through, because he could do it more in that kind of a setting versus just describing it narratively.
Yes, sir. And at page 23, well, before I get there, when you reviewed the Glenn County Police Department report, you did see the map and the squiggles that Mr. Bryan drew on it when he was interviewed by Detective Lowry?
So I knew that there was a map that they were referencing when I was reviewing the video. I actually don't recall seeing the map initially. I know that we got it at some point, but I don't recall actually being able to find it when I was preparing for the interview.
Well, it was fairly obvious at that point that Mr. Bryan's map-making skills would leave a lot to be desired.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Specifically, Mr. Bryan had trouble recalling details about the carjacking. Directing your attention to page 31.
I don't know of a carjacking.
Attempted carjacking?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, what do you call it when someone tries to get in your motor vehicle?
Just cut the witness off, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Explain.
I don't know of a carjacking. I know that if someone is being chased through a neighborhood, that there may be different ways that they may deal with that.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But, for example, Mr. Bryan has difficulty recalling whether it is Mr. Arbery's right hand or his left hand which is closest to his door.
That's correct.
Now, you were asked previously whether the transcripts from May 11th and May 13th that you were referring to reflected the full conversation that took place in your car.
There was no conversation in my car on May 11th.
Directing your attention to page 148 of the motion transcript. Page 148. Do you recall being asked whether the transcript of the that goes with the reenactment video reflected the full conversation that took place in your car?
I stated that it reflects the time that we started the reenactment,
The time when you turned on the video.
when we started the reenactment.
Basically, you had so much trouble with Mr. Bryan the first time you went through this with him, you had to start all over again.
I wouldn't call it trouble. I would call it, again, it's been 2.5 months. He had difficulty relaying the exact version of the path of travel. It was better to do a refresh to allow him to refresh his memory before we actually recorded it. The flip side would have been, if we would have started recording it and it was wrong, it would become more confusing. So the idea was to get the best recollection that Mr. Bryan had on the video. And then so prior to that, we did the refresh drive around to make sure that he kind of knew where he was. And Mr. Goff and Mr. Bryan were on board with that during the whole time this occurred.
So when the transcript begins, go, that wasn't really go, was it?
Yes, sir, it was.
That was a do-over.
No, sir,
You would call it a mulligan?
I would not.
All right. Let's talk about the video transcript itself. Now, I believe you testified earlier that that's what Mr. Bryan told you. And what you related to this jury earlier today was true and accurate.
Are you referring to my paraphrasing of events on the video?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Directing your attention to page 2. You tell Mr. Bryan, let's start. You saw them going through. That's you leading Mr. Bryan, is it not?
No, sir. That's me just going back to information that Mr. Bryan had said to me as to how this started.
But basically you're the director of this little movie.
No, sir. What I'm doing is just going back after the refresh and the information that Mr. Bryan had already given and just referencing it during the video. It's like a way of recording it and getting it on record that this is what Mr. Bryan had provided to me, and he's acknowledging it by saying, uh-huh.
And then again on page 2, you're telling him, you kind of see him running.
Yes, sir, which is, again, goes back to the information that he had already relayed to me during the interview and during the refresh of the drive-through in the neighborhood.
And again on page 2, you're telling him you already knew.
I'm sorry, where's that? On page 2?
On page 2, we're still on page 2. You're telling
No,
him
sir.
telling him that Mr. Arbery is still in front of you.
No, sir.
No?
No. That is, I'm telling him, the direct quote here is, you already knew, and I use a word to reference Mr. Arbery, was going down that way in the direction that they were angling, or that Mr. Bryan was angling.
All right, directing your attention to the bottom of page 2, Mr. Bryan's expressing uncertainty about the sequence of events, is he not? Bottom of page 2, he says, quote unquote, he was probably right beside me.
Yes, sir, that's correct, he does.
Page 3, about 8 lines up. You're telling him you're still going.
I'm not telling him, that's a question. The actual line says, you're still going, question mark.
And let's be clear, who's operating the motor vehicle for this video? Is that Mr. Bryan operating the motor vehicle?
No, sir. I'm operating my state-issued GVI truck, and I am following the path of travel and the directions that Mr. Bryan has given me.
Okay.
I'm even asking him about speeds and directions and angles and if I'm doing it correctly.
Well, what Mr. Bryan has told you is that he can't explain it. He needs to show you, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And he's already brought other police officers into his truck, has he not? You're aware that Officer Minshew is actually sitting in Mr. Bryan's truck when he gets the first download of this video, or attempted download.
Okay.
Right. You could have let Mr. Bryan operate the vehicle and show you himself.
That would have been an option.
So it's when you say in here on page 3 something like this, that's not Mr. Bryan telling you how to move the vehicle. That's you moving the vehicle for the camera.
At Mr. Bryan's direction, that's correct.
So he told you to move that way.
Yes, sir.
And where did he tell you to drive that way? Directing your attention to page 3 of the transcript. Where is Mr. Bryan there directing you, telling you how to operate the vehicle?
The whole page. It starts off up at the top. Mr. Bryan states, all right, I'm staying on this side of the road and I'm ahead of them, but I'm not going that fast. There's speed. You can come on down and actually if you go to lines 10, he says, so then I speed up. He talks about how they almost met at the tree. He says, we're real close to each other. And then I ask a question, you still going? He replies, yep, straight on through. I sped up a little bit more, a good bit. I kind of left him. And then,
you say
so he is directing this travel through the whole way. He's talking about speed and direction during this whole process.
And then you're saying something like this.
Yes, I'm asking for clarification. I'm asking Mr. Bryan, is what I'm doing with my vehicle the same as what he did on that day on February 23rd?
And after you've done it, you're getting him to agree with you.
I'm asking him a question. I want him to respond yes, if it is correct. And if it's not correct, I want him to respond no and tell me what the correct way is.
And this is all while people are walking through the neighborhood, while all this media craziness is going on, is it not?
We've seen the video. There was, I don't recall seeing anybody on Burford at the point that we're talking about on page 3. I don't believe we start seeing people in the video until we get to the intersection of Holmes and Satilla. So at the point we're talking about here, there's not a whole bunch of people in the street.
But the media circus, while it's not evident in the few minutes of your video, you've already testified about the media circus in this time frame, about the march through the neighborhood. You've already testified about that, have you not?
I have,
Yeah,
but the media circus is not just about what was happening in the neighborhood. There were times where there was media in the neighborhood. There were times that there were other people mulling about the neighborhood that did not appear to live there. But media circus also referenced a lot of other things that were going on beyond just physical activity in the neighborhood.
As you've already testified, Mr. Bryan is in fear for himself and his family.
Objection to mischaracterization and also speculation.
Mr. Bryan has expressed concern for his safety.
Yes, he has.
Okay. Mr. Bryan is trying to please you, is he not?
Objection to speculation about Mr. Bryan pleasing anyone, Judge.
Sustained.
Mr. Bryan is, you wouldn't describe this Mr. Bryan telling you what you want to hear?
No, sir. As a matter of fact, Mr. Bryan, even through your cross-examination today, says several times that he's having a hard time remembering. Somebody who's trying to please me would generally just want to answer in whatever way I'm trying to get them to answer. But Mr. Bryan is not doing that. So he's trying to remember what he can recall from 2.5 months before.
And when he's having trouble recalling, you're helping him along.
I can't help him along. I was not there that day. I can't provide those details. I'm not helping him along. I am asking questions, which is my job.
Then why won't you simply show him his statements?
Objection to ask and answer to
It's sustained.
While you're sitting in the car and he's having trouble remembering details, why don't you just share them with him?
Like I said earlier, my goal here is to get his statement for that day of his recollection so that I can compare it as part of the investigative process. We actually have a team of investigators that are working this case. We're discussing it daily. We're going back and we're discussing differences. We want to see those differences so we can use that in the investigation to determine our path and what our decisions are going to be.
But when you've reviewed his prior statements and he can't see them, then he's looking to you to fill in the gaps. That's human nature.
Objection to speculation, Judge.
Sustained. Let's go ahead and.
Now,
it's sustained.
thank you. At page 4, you ask him, is this where Mr. Arbery went for the door?
Yes, sir.
And you're telling him, as you were coming in reverse.
Again, I'm not telling him. The transcripts, both of those quotes of what I said are questions. The first one, okay, is this where he went for the door, question mark? Mr. Bryan says yes. And then I respond, okay, are you coming in reverse? It's a question. Again, it goes back to the information he's already provided, and I'm just helping the narration from what he's already told me so that I can be sure that I understand, which is also in the question format, giving him the opportunity to respond if I've misunderstood it.
And while Mr. Bryan is talking to you, your phone rings during the video, does it not?
I believe hearing my phone ring somewhere in there. I think so.
It unfortunately interrupts Mr. Bryan at an important part of your reenactment.
When my phone rang, it did not ring continuously until it went to voicemail. My recollection is that I silenced it once it started ringing.
But Mr. Bryan corrects you in the actual audio of this video. He says, I might have been in drive by then, as opposed to being in reverse, as you testified to. You don't recall him saying that?
I don't recall. Yes, I recall him unsure of the exact time that he believed Mr. Arbery reached for the door. It was more of it happened quickly, and it either happened while I was in reverse or after I'd gone into drive. It was more of a difficult in recalling the exact moment because of how quickly it occurred.
And Mr. Bryan added, which you did not mention today, I wasn't looking back there at him.
That's right. But again, I was paraphrasing the statement that Mr. Bryan gave me.
He was trying to figure out where Mr. Arbery was going and get out of here. That's what he told you.
That's correct. Right before he continued to chase Mr. Arbery down Holmes Road.
Now, in the video, we see you pulling up by the ditch at a driveway where he's angled. You remember that?
Yes, that was before, actually that's right the same time frame. That's correct.
Now, when you're driving the car, when you back up, you're not backing up at the angle that Mr. Bryan is reported pulling in. You're not backing up the angle that you pulled in. You're backing up at an angle more towards Mr. Arbery.
I'm backing up at the direction of Mr. Bryan.
Where did Mr. Bryan tell you that he backed straight up? Where in that transcript does he tell you that?
He doesn't tell me that specifically, nor does he correct it the way that I'm doing it at that time.
Because maybe at that time Mr. Arbery doesn't understand that that might be important.
Mr. Arbery?
Mr. Bryan.
Objection to speculation about what Mr. Bryan understood at that time, Your Honor.
Because you still haven't explained to Mr. Bryan that you're looking at whether there's an aggravated assault.
Well, sustained. Was there a question there?
There is. When you're going through this part of this with Mr. Bryan, you have not told him that you're looking at an aggravated assault.
At this point in time, I'm still looking at the case as a whole and what his involvement was. I wouldn't even say that specifically at this time I was thinking about aggravated assault.
Okay, so neither you nor Mr. Bryan know that that angle has any actual importance at the time you're making this video.
Objection to speculation about what Mr. Bryan knew at that time, Your Honor.
I'll rephrase. You weren't deliberately trying to mislead Mr. Bryan when you angled, when you reversed in the way that you weren't deliberately trying to mislead him. It didn't occur to you at that time that it mattered.
I did not deliberately mislead Mr. Bryan at any time. The angle, the exact angle of how Mr. Bryan backed up, again, he did not correct what I did. And so that was the best representation of what I have as to what happened that day.
Now, as in the video, you show Mr. Bryan pulling up ahead after the backing up. You show him pulling ahead. But in your testimony this morning, you didn't talk about the speed at which Mr. Bryan was moving.
Okay.
Mr. Bryan told you that that moment when he pulls away is the fastest that he's traveling during this entire incident, doesn't he?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you didn't mention that.
Again, I didn't mention that. It was a paraphrase of what Mr. Bryan told me during that reenactment.
All right. Now, I believe you testified about Mr. Bryan backing up again, this time when he's driven past Holmes, correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
But when he's backing up, he's not backing up at Mr. Arbery, is he?
No, sir. Not to my knowledge.
Because Mr. Arbery's going up the other street.
I don't know the exact time that Mr. Arbery would have gone up the other street in relation to when Mr. Bryan was backing up.
I'm going to get this right before this trial is over. This little squiggle here, you see that?
Yes, sir.
That's pretty important in this case, isn't it?
Objection, Judge.
I'll rephrase.
To relevance about what Agent Seacrest.
I'll rephrase. In the entire interview you conducted with Mr. Bryan, did you ever ask him about Matt Albenzi?
Not to my recollection.
As far as your entire interview with Mr. Bryan has no idea where Mr. Albenzi is.
As far as I know.
But Mr. Arbery knows where Mr. Albenzi is.
Objection to what Mr. Arbery knew, Your Honor?
I'll rephrase. In your course of your investigation, you discovered that Mr. Arbery had run out of 220 Satilla.
That's correct.
The English residence.
Yes, sir.
And run down toward Mr. Bryan's residence.
That's correct. Well, towards, in that direction. Yes, sir.
And Mr. Bryan's got the music playing out front, right?
Yes, sir.
So he can't see or hear. He has no idea Mr. Albenzi's down there.
Objection to speculation about what Mr. Bryan knew.
Sustained.
Do you have any reason to believe that Mr. Bryan was aware of Mr. Albenzi's presence out there?
Whether Mr. Bryan knew that Mr. Albenzi,
Yeah.
I don't know that Mr. Albenzi was still standing out there at that point in time.
But he had been there only minutes before.
He had been there at the time that Mr. Albenzi made the phone call to the non-emergency line. That's correct.
And that would explain why Mr. Arbery turns up the other street.
Objection to speculation about why the victim did what he did.
But Mr. Bryan doesn't know any of that, does he?
Objection to speculation about what Mr. Bryan knew.
Mr. Bryan doesn't tell you he's aware of that.
That's correct.
He tells you he's surprised that Mr. Arbery turns up Holmes.
Is that in the transcript?
I believe it is, but I'm not going to go look for the reference now. But you can.
Yeah, let's just take a short moment. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's just go ahead and take a 5-minute recess.
All right for the jury.
I'm gonna have you just step down for a moment, if you could just wait up. Oh, yes. Okay, we're gonna take a short recess. Mr. Goff, how long are you planning to take with this witness? Because we spent a long time on one video, so I'm wondering where you're going with all of this.
I'm gonna try and find a way to speed it up.
Well, I'm not asking you to speed it up. Well, it'd be great if you could. Obviously, I want to give you the opportunity, but I'm just trying to figure out from a timing standpoint where we are. I thought when we started, we were in pretty good shape for the day.
I'd very much like to finish today.
I plan on finishing this witness today. That's why I'm trying to get some idea on where we are.
Pretty close, I think.
Okay. I have no idea what that means, but let's go ahead and take a short recess and we'll come back at it. Maybe we can get a better idea when I get back.
Thank you, Your Honor.